Hey! Welcome to the stream. It's that time of the week again. It's that stream. It's that we will get streaming live with Max and Hayden. Streaming live. And as always, you got me, Hayden. Ooh. And you know, we are always doing it with your boy, Max. And along with Max, you know you're hot, Hayden. And featuring Max. And this week, you know, we also got Hayden. And as always, we have that boy, with your musical guest, Hayden. Featuring, as always, Max. It's that time. We're getting ready to stream, so let's do it. Let's have a good one and stream. Hey. Welcome again. Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome back to the stream of all streams, the All Rewoke Yet stream live.
We're live.
Night stream. Live night stream. How we doing? What's going on, chat? Who's in chat?
I see we got some chatters tonight. We got Dill Pickle in first.
Nice, shuts out.
We got some Max Pasta, that's me. Got some Chill Ronnie.
What's going on, Chill Ronnie? What's going on, everyone?
Deke, Risen, Bung, and other people that haven't spoken yet. I can see because I got a new thing where I can see you hiding. But it's okay.
Not quite critically moist, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there indeed. So, Max, I got to tell you, we actually have we're going to do our monologue, right? We do the monologue and get the show going with that. I will say, though, there was breaking news right before we started our stream tonight.
Uh-oh.
And I guess I'll start with that one tonight, okay?
Okay. Tell me about it.
Can I get my monologue microphone, please?
Yep.
This is the Late Night Normie monologue of Weekly Normie Late Night Monologues. All right.
Here you go.
There we go. Thank you. Breaking news tonight. Trump has just announced an alternative to the standard green card process, the gold card. This is a real thing. Trump has just announced the gold card, which costs $5 million and serves as a way for rich foreigners to bypass the typical green card system. Said Prince Andrew, I'm in there. I'm in there.
I'm in there.
Earlier this week, the TVs at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, started suddenly streaming a video of Donald Trump kissing and suckling on Elon Musk's toes and feet. When pressed for comment, Elon Musk simply asked, "Hey, who got into my fat folder?" Alternatively, I was thinking of Spank Bank, but fat folder just works better. You immediately associate it with the computer. I gotta say, too, though, don't you think Elon's son is like Dennis the Menace? Like the little kid from Home Alone or something. Like he's just a little guy. He's just running around. He's popping up. He's saying weird shit. He's playing pranks. I think it's like Dennis the Menace up in that bitch. I think he acts like Dennis the Menace, and Trump is like Mr. Woodrew, whatever the fuck the neighbor was, or whatever, you know.
Someone's got to get that kid like a little knife.
That's what he needs, is a weapon for sure.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Rule of threes. According to reports, I like this one. According to reports, this true story. A convicted cannibal is being released in Connecticut after experts determined he is no longer a threat. When asked how he was feeling about the release, the convict responded, "Hungry!" No, eating a person is crazy work, Max. How could you bring yourself to do it? Must have been a thick kinetic cut of man meat for that, you know?
Oh my god, the double. Are you a comedian?
The best jokes are the ones You have to explain. You gotta explain it, or they don't get it. They really don't. All right, that's it for the monologue this week.
You know, I've been so hungry I could eat a horse, but I've never been so hungry that I could eat a human.
Heyo!
Yeah, we got a big.
I don't know. What do you think human
huge...
tastes like?
I've heard it tastes like pork, but I don't know if I believe that.
That makes sense, though. I think we seem like we're closest to a pig.
Which one of us?
Like? In general, just
humanity.
The type of meat. You know, like you could fry it like bacon. You know.
I bet we taste more like bonobo chimps. Let me get this microphone out of here.
Gold card makes the playing field even for globalist pedophiles that were wronged by the world. That's what I'm saying. That's what it seems like, right? I mean, I had an alt for that joke, you know, cartel. Said the cartel, "Oh, we are so back." You know what I'm saying? We are so back in. We're so back. Anyway,
what's the schedule for today's stream?
Schedule. Well,
start between 10 and 11.
We'll start off with our recap of, you know, all the geeky news of the week with a little bit of political discourse, as we always do. You know what I'm saying, Max?
No.
And then after that, we're going to talk a little bit about the Oscars. We're going to play a game. I'll do my Oscar picks and my favorite movies of the year. And then maybe we'll circle back on this, you know, gold card stuff. As always, people can chime in. Ball's always in the second half.
Yeah. Bung says they're going to get naked in the later hours, so
I'm looking forward to it. I gave Bung a special assignment, too. Bung has a special assignment that they are going to have to figure out. You guys stole all the gold cards from Fort Knox! Been looking for those. Heard about it. All right, well, you want to get started with this slideshow? The slippity slide, you know what I'm saying?
Mamma mia! Cars and the green card that Trump came out with. Card.
I just did a hit joke about it. I'm going to repeat of my joke. Breaking news! I'll do it again. You want to do it? Give me the microphone.
You got it.
Breaking news, Trump has just announced an alternative to the standard green card process, the gold card. Card costs $5 million. Serves as a way for rich foreigners to bypass the typical green card system, said Prince Andrew. Oh, I'm in there. Thank you.
You know,
the best jokes are the ones.
I do the laugh track every time.
It again, and it just gets better.
Repeat the joke. I didn't hear it right. All right.
Breaking news. Trump has just announced an alternative to the standard green card process, the gold card. The real thing. This card costs $5 million. Serves as a way for rich foreigners to bypass the typical green card system, said Prince Andrew. Oh, I'm in there. Said the cartel. Oh, we are so bad.
You're lagging in and out. Can you repeat it again?
No,
I think I could do it at this point.
Want to do it? Now Max is going to do it.
Donald Trump revealed a new gold card at a meeting today. Serves as a way for rich people to buy citizenship into the United States. Said Prince Andrew, "Oh, I think I'm in there."
Max, you crushed it. Really lost Max is more of Trump. Like, I understand him way more better. Maybe if I did it like this, I don't know.
Of course.
Maxwell always coming in clutch.
I'm always
doing the right thing, saying the right words. Quite frankly, the best words. All right, let's do
our thing.
Let's crack open a slideshow.
Okay, hold on.
I mean, I came up with that on the fly. I thought that was, that's pretty stellar stuff, okay? Where's Jimmy Fallon? You need to hit my line.
Where is Jimmy Fallon?
I know he's fucking drunk somewhere. Okay. Are we woke yet? Woke Wars, Return of the Goon. Oscars edition. So close, don't stop. Brick Life. Pray for Pope. Hashtag pray for the Pope, guys. Pope is at death's door. Speaking of the Oscars, have you seen Conclave? Did you see Conclave, Max?
No, I thought about it.
Pretty good movie. I gotta say, pretty good movie. You know, a little Oscar baity, but a good one. I think, Shot, did you see Conclave? You know, I did think something crazier was going to happen, some kookier, but it's really just about the fucking Pope dying and choosing a new Pope, you know, and the wacky machinations they're involved in.
Yeah, it
anyway,
looks like a fun comedy.
It's hilarious. The Pope dying. I don't know. I feel like it's time for a lady Pope. Get a lady in there. Get a lady Pope in there.
Passed peacefully through the doors of our hospital this morning.
What? No, the Pope.
I'm doing the boost.
Live Pope updates. As of 1 hour ago, he is in critical but stable condition and actually signed a decree for the canonization of Venezuela's first saint. Still getting some work.
What?
Still getting some work done at death's door. God bless.
You can do new saints?
God bless.
I don't know anything about Catholicism.
Watch Conclave. Conclave.
Which
now
saint
nominated
is it?
Best Picture.
Do they get a day?
All right.
Why are you giving links immediately? We haven't even started the fucking thing yet.
Another gag. An onion gag. The Onion.
What is
it? Liars. Another fake news source. Never liked them. Rude.
I can't do the Onion. We'll get flagged.
There you go. Oh yeah, we will get flagged.
I have a...
Yeah, no, the flag is one. I'll get us flagged.
Hayden, I've got some new technology here on my computer where I can see, without people even chatting, I can see if people join or leave the call, or leave the stream. And I saw a few minutes ago, Deke left the stream. Deke closed the stream, so.
Everybody make sure to cancel Deke. On the back of the Drake stuff last week, he's just canceled the rest of his Australia and New Zealand tour dates. Oh, boy.
Which Drake stuff? The him faking the drone thing, or his just terrible song? Deke only looks at the stream on the potty. Let's stone Deke.
Hung in there.
Good idea.
Deke hung in there. I think the monologue was a little too much for him. He lost the goon sesh.
Mamma mia!
He's not good
at it.
All right, first thing. It did not even try. Okay. The transition. All right, so we got a lot of DC news. Oh yeah, we got He's got his mic set up now so we can hear everything.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to buzz. Oh no.
Yeah, a bunch of new DC news, DC Universe news, James Gunn, DCU.
I'm about to blow. I'm about to blow.
There we go. Yeah, little press conference was held by DC. James Gunn doing it, announcing a bunch of new shows. All these top shows seem to be, and this is just my estimate, in relation to My Adventures with Superman, and that's possibly going to be its own side universe. It doesn't seem like these shows are in the DCU, but the concepts are the Green Lantern cartoon's going to be about Jessica Cruz, who's a new Green Lantern. Then you're going to get a Starfire show, and the Superpower show is being described as basically My DC Academia.
Gotcha.
It's like a spin on that.
Almost 1 year of them in school, and then a world-ending threat appears, and then takes 2/3 of the entire run of the show to deal with. It's an inside joke if you watched one of the most popular anime of the last 5 years.
But then bigger news in terms of movies, James Gunn saying Teen Titans movie is coming. I'm ready. Now I'm getting excited.
Go.
The Titans show. Did anyone watch the Titans show? I gotta tell you. a show that's generally well cast, but also not very good, and it's just it's like R-rated for no reason, and is yeah, it's a little rough. So I'm looking forward to the Teen Titans movie. It's going to be it's being written currently by the person who wrote Supergirl, so apparently he has a lot of confidence in that. And we got more news about the Clayface movie, which is officially greenlit. The screenplay is written by Mike Flanagan. It is a described as a body horror film. It's going to cost like 10 mil.
That's
James Watkins is directing, though. And Max, you're going to love this. James Watkins, he directed Speak No Evil, your favorite movie of last year.
My problem was not with the directing, so
There you go. I would say the same thing too, though. I think that movie is actually pretty well directed, all things considered, building tension and all that. It's just a whacked out concept. Outside of that, there's going to be crypto shorts. That'll be like seasonal shorts on DC. I mean, on Max. I'm guessing they're going to be like that Groot shit.
Yeah.
And then Supergirl's halfway finished. He's been looking at the daily. Says he's very excited about it. And Lanterns is up and running right now, and that's apparently going very well and should be out next year. And it's exciting stuff.
There's like a lot of consistent, happy, good news coming out of James Gunn in the DCU. And you see here we got a picture of this is James Gunn. Do you know who this is? Hayden, can you tell me who this is right here?
Zachariah Snyder.
That is Zachariah Joseph Amadeus Snyder. They got together. They took a picture smiling together. Now every hatchet is buried that has ever been thrown at someone else. So we can chill now on defending. Titans randomly had like multiple really good storylines / character study that sucked 90% of the time. I believe that.
Yeah. That is valid.
Crypto shorts, those will be cute.
I'm sure they'll just be fun.
Crypto's going to be great in the movie. I'm just calling it now. He's going to be real cute, real great. Yeah. Everybody's going to love him.
Going to sell it. The whole idea of putting Crypto in this movie has to it's such a swing that it's gotta pay off. He's cooking something up with that.
Straight up sense. It's gonna cause more dogs to get rescued from shelters, I bet, when the movie comes out. I bet you can see a spike in it.
He already did like a campaign for adopting dogs at the Puppy Bowl. Mm-hmm. We talked about that with the Crypto little cartoons. Yeah, it's fun stuff. The picture of James Gunn and Zack Snyder, though, was a big one because the Snyder Bros were pretty quiet about it, unless they were gently shit talking.
They'll do those like puppy interviews and shit.
People get along.
Excuse me. Okay.
All right, DC stuff. Today. There you go. Something to talk about. Here we go.
James Bond got Bezoed.
Oh my god, guys! This is disastrous news. This is disastrous news right here. So, for many years, the James Bond franchise has basically been a family business and run by these people called the Broccoli's, which obviously is a funny name.
Baba Booey.
But the Broccoli's. Started by a guy I think named Cubby Broccoli or something was his name, some fucking wacky. But then he had a daughter, Barbara Broccoli, and they've all been doing. They took it over, running it with a guy named Michael Wilson, and then his son. But it's been like this family business of films where it's like the only films they produce. They were dedicated to it. They bought the rights were purchased, in like the late 50s or some shit, and the movies have basically functioned like the biggest indie movies in the world. That's part of the charm of the Bond movies, is they're like huge blockbusters, but they're made almost like indie films because they've largely been detached from major studios. at least in terms of actually making the movie. Well, a few years ago, a deal was struck with Amazon to help distribute the films, and now they've basically given away all creative control to Jeff Bezos.
Mamma mia!
This is no bueno. As you can see, this is pulled off of X. Jeff Bezos tweeting out, "Who'd you pick as the next Bond?" Yeah, something about this is just is hurtful, Max. And as Max knows, I'm a big James Bond fella. You can't see because it's so dark and mysterious behind me, but I do have a Japanese. Which one is it? You only live. It's maybe Goldfinger. I forget already. But I got an old school James Bond poster behind me. I'm a big Bond head. I think I've seen all the movies more than once. There's a handful of them I've seen many, many times. And we watched
Watched a couple of Daniel Craig ones
Casino
together.
Royale.
Yeah, we watched Casino
You've never
and we
seen
watched the first one, I think, with Daniel Craig.
Casino is the first one.
Okay. We watched that and then we skipped one and then we did the next one after that.
Oh, Skyfall, probably.
Yeah.
Skyfall. Anyway, the Bond movies are bangers, man. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, even the bad ones are fun. The fucking, they've had such a huge influence. The 60s Bond movies are basically what the Austin Powers movies are. Like, those are all referencing the 60s Bond movies. And, I don't know, man. This is gonna suck. I can already feel it coming. There's already rumors of there's gonna be a Ms. Moneypenny TV show and a spin-off of Spectre or something. It's like, oh my god. They're going to Marvelify James Bond. Who wants that? Who wants that? Eventually they're going to do some fucking like Jack Ryan James Bond show. Like, I already know it. They're going to do like a young Bond or something. And it's going to suck.
The Young Adventures of James Bond.
But, there's always hope that something fun will happen. As you can see here on the bottom of the screen, I have some Mpreg bonds.
Are those real pictures?
Yeah, they're the concept art for a new...
for the multiverse movie?
Yeah.
They get James Bond together. Austin Powers spinoff. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. So yeah, this is just it's more sad news for a sad world. The billionaires are buying up everything. They're buying everything. And what can we do? Everything we love and hold dear will be swallowed up by the elites.
If we all get together, if we get every working class person in the US to get together and pool all of their money together, we could get one of these IPs.
Yeah, everyone in the world.
Yeah.
Anyway, this just sucks. This is a bummer. Favorite Bond movie, Chad? I mean, I don't even know. I would say
I like the one that Jack showed me, the first one I saw, which was, I think, like a Pierce Brosnan one.
I love the Brosnan ones. I was going to say Goldfinger's pretty up there. Goldfinger. Our GoldenEye, Pierce Brosnan. You Only Live Twice is high up there. I mean, I do love Skyfall though, and I thought that the last Daniel Craig Bond movie is excellent. So at least we'll always have that. No Time to Die. Ironically, probably going to go down as the death of the Bond franchise. Octopussy is great. Yeah. Octopussy's awesome.
That always confused me as a title because I didn't know it was real until I was like a teenager. But like when I was a kid, it was like, is Octopussy connected to Octomom? And that confused me a little bit.
Mamma mia!
Yeah, James Bandos, the Spanish spin-off TV show. W Siete. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know. I went for that bit. Next thing, Kathleen Kennedy out at Lucasfilm. Revenge of the Anti-Woke Mob.
Whoa. All right, guys. So we're at our main. This is the main topic of the night. This is the main story. The main story tonight. Main chicken chow. Main.
So anyone who doesn't know, this whole stream was created in a response to how stupid idiots were complaining about Star Wars and the Acolyte, to be more specific, and how it was too woke and too wokeified to be Star Wars. And my Star Wars had a boy in it, but this new one has a girl.
Which, as we've talked about before, just to maybe catch, Acolyte had some problems. Yeah. There were definitely issues. Definitely not a perfect show. Definitely a kind of a flop of an ending. But the problem with the show was not its perceived wokeness. And in the new era of Star Wars in particular, there just seemed to be this huge, facet of right-wing grifters starting Star Wars channels. Just fucking right-wingers just starting whole channels with, very Mr. Beast-ass fucking kid-friendly thumbnails talking about Star Wars going woke, which is kind of a fundamentally stupid idea. Now, I think we're going to get more into that in a second, but to address Kathleen Kennedy, it's a messy legacy. We got to admit that. It's, she was not a perfect studio head. Mistakes were definitely made. I think the biggest L of Kathleen Kennedy's run as the head of Star Wars was the lack of full concept in terms of having an outline for the trilogy.
The story cohesion in the sequels.
Yeah. Every other kind of, because in terms of hit and miss ratio, look, Rogue One, that was a hit. People like that movie a lot. It's a good movie and it made a lot of money. Solo was mixed on both sides, I would say. Mixed, though. Very few people hated that movie. I feel like I hated that movie more than the general public did. I really don't care for Solo. Except for, a couple scenes. But Solo is also, where you first get the sense that, there's trouble in the water, because Solo was the movie that it was originally supposed to be directed by the Lord and Chris Miller, who went on to do the animated Spider-Man movies, but then they had done the Jump Street films and stuff. And they got fired, halfway through filming the movie because Kathleen Kennedy and different creatives were upset with the tone, so they brought in Ron Howard, which was the most vanilla choice you could make to take over. And that was the first one where it was okay, do they know what they're trying to do, really? And it seemed consistently not really. But like I said, outside of the trilogy, it's hit and miss. Mandalorian, huge success, huge hit, obviously. Baby Yoda is, everywhere. Eventually that gets beaten to death. That's
Spoilers.
a huge hit. Yeah. That's a huge hit. Look, Rey as a character is a huge character, especially among young girls. They love her. It's a very successful character. It's a complex legacy. She did not nail it. Okay, she did. That being said, the misogyny around her tenure, too. It's one thing to talk about. We talk about all the time now, Kevin Feige maybe getting a little too big for his britches, or maybe, needing someone else to step in. Obviously, he generally crushed what he was doing up until Endgame, and then just maybe kind of lost that sauce a little bit, and it's maybe time for somebody else to step in. We're never sitting here going, Kevin Feige fucking sucks because he's a woke man.
Yeah.
That's not the narrative.
But never call out Kevin Feige for the woke things that they perceive.
Well, sometimes, but yeah, it's not with the same vitriol, I would say. But yeah, so Kathleen Kennedy, look, was she the perfect choice for Star Wars? I think obviously not. I think, it was a mixed bag to say the least. She did some cool stuff, she did some mid stuff, she did some straight up bad stuff. I would say that most of her choices were still inspired. Like I said, the worst thing on her Star Wars legacy is just going to be the fact that by the time you get to Rise of Skywalker, it's just so clear there was literally no plan, and her whole idea of we're just gonna make it up as we go along was the wrong choice. Was the wrong creative decision to make.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
it's crazy though because it almost worked for two movies. Like the first two movies are
almost,
they
but
they flow a lot better.
well, there was then the panic. So many people, and I've been on. I've defended Last Jedi, which pisses some people off, but um, I still kind of defend it. Again, I don't think it's a perfect movie, but I think it's a pretty good one, and I think some people just kind of missed the point. And I also felt like it's a movie that would have been elevated had the third one brought it all home. Like you would have, in retrospect, people who disliked it, I think, would have thought of it better had they done what could have been done with the third film. They didn't. The film is arguably the worst Star Wars movie. So yeah, look, it's a complicated legacy, but the amount of disrespect I'm already seeing today, like these fucking cringe, like Nerdtronic. Again, Nerdtronic, if you ever want to meet in public, I'd love to fucking beat your ass. I don't know how you want to do it. I think it's street rules. Like, I'm not going to play some dumbass game where we get in a ring and box or something. Like, I'd like to just see you in the street and we'll fucking figure it out. But, like, dudes like Nerdtronic, fucking Star Wars Theory, and his fucking ass crack chin, they're making videos like this is the greatest thing of all time, which, again, I do think it's time for new blood. Maybe somebody to get in there and shake it up. But then the concern is, who's going to take this? Filoni? We've already talked about how, like, Filoni's input here has been sloppy. Because, look, we're going to talk about a little later. This is a big Star Wars show today, Star Wars heavy, but we're going to talk about, like, the new Andor trailer. Andor is, like, one of the best, if not the best, show that was done under Kathleen Kennedy. It's legitimately really great.
Mm-hmm.
There are multiple reports out there that suggest Filoni does not like Andor. Does not dig it, and was trying to note them, and they had to be put away, basically. No, just don't touch this one, because he just didn't like it, and they didn't want to, whatever. So it's like, okay, if Filoni takes over, are we just going to get really just Ahsoka the movie for 5 movies? I mean,
yeah, a lot of
that's
reading.
my thing. Is that at least Kathleen Kennedy took risks. They mostly didn't pay off, but sometimes they did. But at least she took some risks. And whoever they get in there, you want there to be some semblance of what Star Wars once was. And it did feel there was a reason she was put into the position she was put into, because Lucas did like her, and Spielberg is one of her closest collaborators. He vouched for mistakes were made. It's not the best. I'm not jumping up and down to see her go. I am looking forward to seeing what they might do. Yeah, the discourse around it already today, that's just immediately misogynistic and gross and not that bitch type of shit. Like,
Mamma mia!
get the fuck over yourself. But yeah, I also want to add, her legacy is.
I'm just reading what
You
Bun
want to
said.
read Bun's comment?
Yeah, Andor sucks because where is Ahsoka and Captain Rex and Darth Vader with a helmet? Cut to show Anakin is in there, and also Republic Commandos and Luke Skywalker and Biggs Darklighter and Captain Antilles and R4.
Baba Booey.
Almost all valid questions.
Right. I mean that that's the thing. You forgot Cad Bane. Where's Cad Bane?
Yeah. And
Anyway,
Luke is like 10 years old at this point.
yeah, and this is the thing, man. All that shit, and this is what I talk about with Filoni also. Like, there are the people that really love him, and they love him for a reason. I get it, because when he really hits, he hits. There's no doubt about it, But when he doesn't quite hit, like, look, and people get offended at shit like this, but like he did make. First of all, Star Wars is supposed to be accessible to kids always, almost pretty much always. Andor pushes that limit, but I would say it's more geared toward than also like if you're a kid and you're kind of getting over Star Wars, like it's lame or something, and then Andor's like, wait a second, it's cool, like that's kind of the thing with that too. But all that being said, not all adult Star Wars fans, especially casual fans, fucking watched a Bad Batch or Clone Wars or whatever. They don't watch cartoons. That's it. Many adults just don't fucking watch cartoons. Like, they just don't. And you cannot get fucking pissed because a casual Star Wars fan wants to check out the new Star Wars movie and they're going, wait, who the fuck is Cad Bane? But they don't know what the fuck's going on, and they shouldn't have to, though.
Yeah.
Not all that stuff is for them. Like, it's a different... it's just it's a different medium.
You can have your cartoons and have them all connect nicely, because everybody who watches the cartoons watches fucking all of them.
Yeah.
Or is at least aware of all of them. And you can have like little Easter eggs in your show. It's so crazy when... I mean, I don't like disagree with the idea of having an Ahsoka show. I think that was a good idea. Just
I agree,
introducing that to the greater world, but some of the shit going on in there.
But then the execution, like it's what we've talked about Ahsoka, like, yeah, the idea of it was great, but then you watch it and it's just fucking another season of Rebels, basically. And it didn't... Filoni wrote the whole thing. I don't think it does a great job of, like, catching you up to what's going on. Like, it sort of does, but like it's really asking a lot of the audience to make connections that they don't have if they haven't at least tapped in a little bit to Rebels or something.
And the
at least that was my opinion.
The thing with Clone Wars too is that since it was a cartoon, every episode started with, last time in Star Wars: The Clone Wars, Anakin got a UTI and went to the doctor, and they cut his penis off. General Grievous was the doctor.
Which I loved that. I thought that was very charming. And that was a Lucas idea because he thought he wanted to be like the old TV, like, old school cartoons.
And it's functional too, and it's cute.
Yeah.
But you can't do that with your live action show without it being corny. Which, I mean, Star Wars is corny, but like...
You get the Roland.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is pretty complex, and we're about to get into a little bit of the heavier stuff in a second. But I do want to also say, Kathleen Kennedy, it's a complex legacy, but she did, whether you liked it or not, do something for the female fandom of Star Wars. There was a stamp made. That was a goal of hers that I think she mostly fulfilled. And Urso and Rey are both very iconic characters. She brought back Ahsoka big. So, And with all that being said, her kind of messy legacy with Star Wars should not be all that she's remembered for. I have a few things right here in terms of what she produced, but all the Back to the Future movies, E.T., the first Jurassic Park movies, Gremlins and Gremlins 2, Goonies, Roger Rabbit, the Indiana Jones movies, through the end, which was part of what got her the job, is working with Lucas on the Indiana Jones movies. And then outside of that, she's worked on like every Spielberg Oscar winner. Schindler's List, fucking Lincoln. Like, it's a dense legacy. This woman was not bad at what she did. She maybe wasn't the perfect fit for this particular role, but she was not a bad film producer. In fact, she was a person who often got a lot of really great big movies made that may not have been able to be made as well as they were without her. So,
So congratulations, enjoy your retirement.
Yeah. And see ya, bitch! Bye-bye!
Yeah.
Anyway. Bye-bye, Kathy. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, this leads to a larger conversation.
We're getting there. Hold
And
on.
has an excellent transition. I gotta say.
Perfect. Okay. War for Star
Alright.
War, Revenge of the War, Rise of Woke Walker. Let's talk about Lucas and socialism and Star War and politic.
You want to lead this off?
Sure, yeah. So the idea is every grifter that has shit on Kathleen Kennedy or New Star Wars in general, and they call something woke, that they've co-opted the word woke into their grift to mean something that it doesn't or it shouldn't mean, or it didn't originally mean, or it has two definitions basically. So it's a semantics argument people have all the time where it's like, this shit is woke, and then the liberal will be like, define woke, and then they'll be like, woke is this, and then be like, that's not even what woke means. It's like, both of you shut the fuck up. You're both just not even having an argument right now. But what I'm getting at is that what these grifters call woke is really just like inclusion,
Fundamental Star Wars.
fundamental Star Wars and like not leftist politics, but just like world.
I would say like
World
radical
activist.
leftist, kind of, actually.
Yeah,
It's
radical.
anti-authoritarian.
Yeah,
Fundamentally, that is what it is. And
And-
Lucas has spoken about it ad nauseum, that this is what this was from the beginning. Star Wars was radically anti-establishment, and a lot of people draw the line in the original trilogy. A lot of people think it's the Nazi. There is, Nazi imagery with the Empire. It's also actually American imperialists is what it's also representative of, and Lucas spoke about too that the rebels at the time were more response to the Viet Cong. So that's how radical his politics were, making fucking Star Wars, okay? He hates capitalism, resents it. The films have always been about that, and they've also been about how that connects to myth. That the idea of the hero is inherently connected to poor, overcoming the boot placed on their head by the uber privileged.
Yes.
So, yeah, Star Wars, fundamentally about this kind of stuff. I have this nice little boomer quote down here. I sent this meme to Max because I found it funny. I found it funny that somebody put this out there in this format, but I also think it's valid. That is the quote from George Lucas, and it's taken from an interview with Charlie Rose where he spoke about the anti-authoritism of kind of vibes of his work, what have you. But he said, in that I do not believe the rich should be able to buy the government, and he believes that's fundamentally wrong. Over here I have, like, I think we talked about this on here maybe, but, the prequel trilogy, I think what checked some people out of it, and I've said that, like, episode 1 is not the best for me. I get it. I think it drags. I think it's got some kind of corny moments. Episode 2, somewhat similar, where you're like, where is he going with this? But, and episode 3 is probably my favorite Star Wars movie. Like, I think it is. The more that time goes by, it's like, I could watch Revenge of the Sith almost every day of my fucking life. I just think it's so good. But it's because all those themes that he's setting up come together, and they're like political ideas that he's trying to espouse really connect there, where you're like, holy shit, I get it. And it's like the older I get, the more I'm like, I totally get what the fuck you're trying to say here. And speaking of the Oscars, this weekend, Sebastian Stan, aka the Winter Soldier, shouts out, is nominated for The Apprentice, the movie in where he plays Donald Trump. And supporting actor Jeremy Strong is also nominated for his performance. There are many interviews with Lucas where he talks about how, like, what always interested him about science fiction wasn't necessarily the science part, which I think is pretty obvious. Like, he's not interested in, like, it's when we talk about, like, what's different about Star Trek and Star Wars and all this shit too. Like, he's not really interested in showing you, like, what if aliens were real, and what, that's not what it necessarily is, but it's all about showing a story that's like this larger than life thing that's attached to myth and these grand visual concepts, but that is rooted in the structure of, like, real politics. And he finds that, like, telling stories in these fantastical ways are often more relatable to people and watching, for instance, The Apprentice. But in the prequel trilogy in particular, this idea is pretty clear. In The Apprentice, which I saw a few weeks ago, and I thought it was pretty excellent, although, like, if you already know the story, you're going to know everything about it. But basically, in The Apprentice is the story of a young, aspirational dude looking to step out from the shadow of his father and forge his own path. He yearns for power. He yearns to get out of the situation he's currently in, and he becomes the apprentice of this guy, Roy Cohn, by Jeremy Strong in the bottom picture, who takes him under his wing and essentially corrupts the shit out of him gradually. He introduces to him concepts of bribery, manipulation, blackmail, all to get what he wants, to where by the end of it, he has created a monster who ultimately overthrows him. The seeds of this sort of idea and how people are manipulated into turning to the dark side, and how mentorship can actually be weaponized, is what the whole prequel trilogy is fucking about.
Yeah.
The whole kind of thing. So he's talking about a common political problem, or even societal problem within the wealthy or the elite, that you could, I mean, I might sound a little pretentious here, but it is what it is. The movie The Apprentice is basically it's the Anakin story. When you're watching it, that's exactly what the fuck
and
it is.
And the Anakin story is the story of how every authoritarian rule came to be. Like, not specifically, it wasn't a force user choking their wife out, but
right.
it was,
the
it was democracy falling
of
apart from fascists.
Yeah, this is how democracy dies too, with thunderous applause. Because then, what the hell's going on right now, bruh? So then I have here also, we got old Elon, and then down I got a picture of Trump and Elon. I think the Trump Elon we're seeing it's actually more like the sequel trilogy right now. We're seeing Elon's Kylo already corrupted, and Trump's Snoke at this point. He's about to get thrown out of that bitch.
Yeah.
He's irrelevant.
Should we read this quote here?
But yeah, I think you should go ahead and read that.
Okay, so this is Nader.
This is
who?
Yeah,
Nader
Elfnahi, who is a PhD in, I think it's film, cinema studies, and I think philosophy. They have a degree, and they're a professor, and they did a big project in 2013 that was talking about just the politics of the prequel trilogy. Their whole project was basically talking about how the prequel trilogy was actually like a masterpiece or whatever. But this is an excerpt from one of their essays. I threw it in.
Here we have a vast republic in which big business, in its greed, is trampling on everything and everyone, unrestrained by the government, which has had its courts and legislators corrupted. Meanwhile, the most backward forms of exploitation and oppression continue to flourish, or perhaps even resurge at the margins, like slavery on Tatooine, and the whole system appears increasingly decrepit. Naturally, the mess creates openings for reviving violent, irrational, reactionary elements, the Sith, that present themselves as partners to an economic elite determined not to compromise with the rest of society.
So that's in 2013 talking about the prequels, which again Lucas was saying was also his warning that he part of what the prequels were about. And there's another thing he spoke about in various interviews, that he believed that's where our society was headed, was like a repeat of this sort of thing. And I think right now that quote is especially prescient. I think you could take out the little bit about Tatooine and maybe a couple other and the Sith, and it would seem like that's an essay written about the last election.
Yeah. I mean, you could say that about all
How do you feel?
Revenge of the Sith.
Well, yes, but I mean, I'm just saying, that's put into words very articulately, giving you.
It is very well done. Like the prequels are in their message, very well thought out and well done. In the same way that the original trilogy is a really, at its time, a well done, like fighting back.
And yet you have these anti-woke, quote unquote, fucking grifters who seem to not fucking get it at all. You didn't get it. Either you don't want to admit you didn't get it, and you just were fucking 12 years old and you liked hearing, you liked when they fought with the lightsabers and playing with friends with your little lightsaber. That's what you liked. And you were a kid, so your eyes were wider. And you grew up and you became fucking conservative, and now you live in some delusion. Because this is the other thing I hate, is when people fight the artist or the writer on their work. What the hell are you talking about? If the writer says, I wrote this about this, and you said, no, you didn't, you wrote it about potatoes, you sound like a psycho.
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell are we talking about here?
99% of the time, that's correct. Unless we're talking about Harry Potter.
Well, I mean, I think she's admitted she's talked about shit since, though, that where you're like, oh, shit, yeah. Good boy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
one of the big themes from Lucas in general as a filmmaker is that it's obvious to say out loud, but he's drawing from real life and other stories for everything he's doing. And like in those books you put there, the Joseph Campbell books, that middle one, The Power of Myth, is like the Joseph Campbell book that Lucas would read and reread and read and study Joseph Campbell's works and stuff. And that's how he didn't come up with, but he created his hero's journey with Luke Skywalker and Star Wars. But The Power of Myth is it's basically just a analyzation and using examples from different cultures all around the world that all have their own stories that follow this exact same template of, what we call the hero's journey. He called the monomyth, where all these different cultures had their own myths and legends that were all about this person. It's like, supernatural called a whatever the fuck it was, and then their mentor dies, they're in the belly of the beast, and then they come back and win the whatever. But everything, Lucas uses that to create his story, and then he, in the prequels, does it again, but he also picks a different political situation to emulate with his movie.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, people just they'll admit that that's what he was. I mean, they'll like do like surface value admitting that Lucas meant what he meant, but when you bring up any deeper critical lens of anything that Lucas did, that's when they just start kicking and screaming about woke. It's like, no, the Ewoks are just teddy bears. They are not. They're not Hamas. Like,
Yeah, right. Damn, that was a bomb drop. Speaking of a mouse. Anyway, Papa, I hear what you're saying, but we're talking Star Wars, okay? We'll talk Harry Potter another day. That's a valid point, though. Valid enough. I want to point out too, though, the other book I have up here is sort of like something that's in a later book that I had skimmed over pandemic, but it was interesting, and it's made a lot of rounds. It's a very well regarded book, but it's basically about connecting the themes of Star Wars through both trilogy, both the original trilogy and the prequel trilogy, to radical left politics and connecting that to uh, overcoming corporate authoritarianism, and how it's like that book like spells it all the way the fuck out pretty narratively in a way that almost kind of then echoes like the Campbell. It's interesting stuff, but I guess what I'm saying too is like there are literally like leftist texts that reference Star Wars. This is the whole conceit of Star Wars. So, calling Star Wars woke, or saying like the new stuff's woke is just stupid. Anyway, we could go with this little clip of Lucas shooting shit.
Where's the clip?
On a little bit of Lucas.
Gotcha.
Click it.
The legal system, the financial system, the political system, they're all based on winner take all. But that's not a good society. That's not a good culture. That's a culture that is built out of a caveman mentality, where the guy with the biggest hammer wins. That's not a good society.
And you want to see a society that is defined how? By everybody comes out?
By compassion, is saying we care about everybody in our society. And what we want to do is what's best for everybody in this society. And we want to build the best society where everybody gets the best possible life they can possibly have.
Would you call this democracy? Would you call this socialism? Would you call this some other ism that we don't have a name for it?
Common sense.
Nice. It ain't an ism. It's common sense. Get that on a t-shirt and see what that does.
Yeah.
That's a good little clip. When was this? 2012. Okay.
There's another pretty good clip of him talking to James Cameron, but it's a lot. You could play it at like 2 times speed or something if you find it. He's pretty articulate about the way he feels about Star Wars and everything.
Yeah, I mean, any interview you find of Lucas talking about what is Star Wars about, George? It'll be a good video.
So yeah, look, Kathleen Kennedy leaving Star Wars is probably for the best for reasons that don't really have anything to do with her efforts to make it quote unquote woke. She's just getting a little older. She didn't crush it. Maybe get somebody else in there. But I would at least ask. I think the plea here is for it not to then. Let's not have it just turn into,
More to the
a rock with a lightsaber or something. That's not what I am. That's not what I would like. And not to be
the TV show, by the way, the Amazon-owned Lord of the Rings TV show is what I was talking.
Yeah.
Not fucking Peter Jackson.
But and not to be a bummer, but I think this was my slight issue with Skeleton Crew. I still think it's a cute show, and I get it, guys. Don't stone me. Just thought it was a little safe, and it was a little just for the kids, which there's nothing inherently wrong with, and it's fun to watch something with your kids, and it wasn't like it was bad. But I would not want everything to be kind of like that. I would not want that. Star Wars moving forward, where it's pretty safe, politics are pretty thin. Yeah, thanks, Pong.
Baba Booey.
You know that, and ultimately, Star Wars is inherently political. It's fucking about politics. It's war in the stars. There's a war.
What?
War is political. Newsflash.
Yeah, it sucks that we live in a world right now where the powers that be are all authoritarian billionaires.
Yeah.
Like, not that Disney itself is authoritarian. I mean, they obviously have aspects of it, and they're a multi-billion-dollar company. But it's like if they want to make a political, more motivated movie that's more traditionally Star Wars, you know, what are you going against? You're going against for your like promotion. Every media thing on the internet right now is, or TV, it's almost all right wing or it's liberal, like neo-lib shit. Where
Yeah, just fucking
they're not gonna
the centrist blue bullshit.
they're not gonna focus on the politics. They're gonna focus on, oh, I like that there's a woman starring it, and then the other side is like, I fucking hate the black guy in this because his story was bad, I really specifically don't like the black guy story, and the other stuff is woke too. Hi, Bullcart. I was doing an impression. I bet Elon has a lightsaber collection. Chad, clip that. Don't clip that. Don't make that like the second clip on this channel, please.
I mean, there were we never saved. Some people have clipped other stuff too, and we just never save them.
The clips stick around, the VODs don't.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, chat, if you want to clip the whole VOD in like 30-second segments, do us a favor. Don't do that, actually. That would really piss me off if you did that. I would have to delete all of them. Forgot what I was saying.
Look, Star Wars
about a black guy or something.
Star Wars is angry about blacks again, and this is.
Finn was the worst character in the sequels, and Lando was the worst character in the original, and then Mace Windu. This is why Revenge of the Sith was the best movie. This is nerd Star Wars Theorytronic talking. I shouldn't have put a big pause there. Max is always angry about blacks. Shake my head. No, I'm not. That wasn't Max
constant.
talking. No, I pass all of these Does Max Know People quizzes. Right.
Which, by the way, nice tease. We got another one coming up later in the stream. A new Does Max Know People?
Yeah.
Brand new edition.
But we'll circle back around to this at the end of the slideshow if people want to.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll return to War for Star Wars. I think for now it's just look. Star Wars is inherently political. Sure, get off the pot. It is what it is, and also bye Kathy Cat. But
get more political.
Yes, should stay that way. Speaking of the Star Wars, though, we can talk about Andor, something that's good, something that is a good little stamp on Kathleen Kennedy's legacy, was greenlighting this show.
So Andor season 1 was a.
Can I just say real quick that this was, a slide that I had just left blank for you to fill, and I did not anticipate you filling the slide with a character.
These are all the returning cast members.
And the actor, the returning cast members.
If you let me,
okay.
Present the slide, I would go.
Hey, let's go. I'm sorry, my bad.
So you'll see all these pictures of characters in Andor or Rogue One with the actor who plays them underneath. These are the actors who are in season 2 of Andor. And I've put the picture of the characters because not everyone here is a film nerd, I'll say. Not the ism word, but a film nerd and doesn't know all these people, including me. But these are all the characters. Most of them are returning. Some of them are new to the series, but not Star Wars in general. Like Ben Mendelsohn, Alan Tudyk, and I don't think Forrest Whitaker. I don't remember if any of them were in Andor season 1.
I don't think so. No, did Ben Mendelsohn pop up at the end?
I don't
Did
remember.
Krennic pop up? I thought Krennic maybe popped up. Maybe.
It was a bit part, if anything. Alan Tudyk for sure was not. He plays K2SO, but
Yeah.
he'll be there. All these returning characters, we love most of them. Some of them didn't have much in season 1, but they were still good. But yeah, it's season 2 of Andor is going to be split up into 4 drops of 3 episode like arcs, which I think is a good way to do it. That's kind of how they did it last time. It was like 3 4 episode things basically, instead of 4 3 episodes, factors of 12. And this is the final season of Andor, so 2 seasons of Andor. This
I
one
think they had
leads
said
into
they were
part
maybe
1.
going to do 3, so it's curious that they capped it at 2. Maybe that has something to do with Kathleen Kennedy leaving. I will say it is also officially the last Star Wars project she will be a credited producer on.
Okay, cool. I could definitely see. I would prefer them doing 2 seasons of Andor. Weirdly enough,
I feel you. I think so too.
So many TV shows I watch these days, it's like it's 3 seasons, but season 2 is nothing and just leads into a cliffhanger for season 3.
There's a show right now that I'm feeling that so hard that some people are going to hate me for, but I'll talk about that later. In the thick of a show right now that I'm getting like, where's this going? Season.
Yeah, it's just annoying when that happens. There's a little quote from Tony Gilroy there, and then the official description of the show are the 2 screenshotted quotes. Those are the release dates. First episode's April 22nd, and then it'll be like every week after that for the next 3 episode things.
And you want to talk about politics in Star Wars? I mean, Andor is fucking pretty intense.
Pretty in your fucking face.
With all the themes we were just talking about are there.
There's a lot of iconic, just not even monologues, but just scenes of like character, like the height of these characters' arcs, or like a very defining moment for a lot of these characters are these scenes in Andor where they have a moment where they're questioned about specifically like, oh yeah, what's your worldview in Star Wars? And then they're like, my worldview. And then Stellan Skarsgård's like, I sacrificed everything for this movement. You think I haven't sacrificed things? I cut my balls off to be a rebel. I ate my own balls to be a rebel.
Yeah.
And then you have Diego Luna's mom in the show, just like, I am old, and then blows herself up. But there's like a whole speech with it, and that's great.
That's a good summation of that.
I'm excited for Alan Tudyk's speech, where he's a robot, but he has this giant dramatic monologue. That'll be great.
I mean, we're you're joking about it a little, but I do have to say that I think that Tony Gilroy is just a beast. He's one of our elite screenwriters fucking doing this show.
Yeah, this show is a 9 out of 10 for me. The only reason it's not a 10 out of 10 is because I find it difficult to rewatch because it's so dense.
Agreed. I was thinking about doing a rewatch of season 1. I feel like I'm just going to rewatch like the Andy Serkis speech and the last episode or something.
We'll make a compilation of all the important like dialogue speeches. It'll be like an hour.
I think though in years to come it'll have a good rewatch. Like, 8 years from now, 10 years from now, it'll be like, oh, maybe I'll watch Andor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to rewatch it before this. Just because I want to. I don't think NJ's seen all of it either. Maybe I'll get him to do it. Okay, let's watch this trailer. Also, I don't think there are any spoilers in this from season 1. It's just kind of like, if you were going to get spoiled by something, it's me telling you what characters return. That's about it.
We're in a war. You want to fight? Or you want to win? to come to me. The revolution starts now.
What a swell party this is.
Remember this moment. You're here, you're right here, and you're ready to fight.
That looks so good. Other than the
Yeah,
song.
you know, I'll say again that I'm not crazy about the song,
Yeah.
but all the footage looks fucking awesome.
I was just thinking that is what Star Wars is, just from a different writer and director's perspective, but it's the same message, right? That we were just talking
Yes,
about.
very much so.
That feels so Star Wars. Hello, crazy Spood. Why is Andor Mexican? I don't know. They haven't really gone into the lore on that yet. I think Dave Filoni in his new cartoon is gonna do young Diego Luna, and it's gonna be him emigrating from Mexico.
It's gonna be a goofy adventure
Doing
where
drugs
he
and
runs.
rape into the Republic.
Cad Bane puts him in his puts him on a space horse, and they run through whatever.
Featuring the origin story of Enbo's dog alien thing. Remember Enbo with the hat? Enbo from
It's all connected.
Clone Wars. Enbo, Star Wars.
That's not Embo.
Oh, it's Embo, sorry. Embo, Star Wars. Here he is. He's got a hat. And this is his dog. We're gonna find out why Diego Luna is Mexican, and we're gonna get the origin story of this. This is a Mexican street dog that Emgo picked up. Okay. I can't talk enough to do that bit. Shouts out Embo. Embo type sexy, Andor type sexy. Yeah. So I'm hyped as fuck. Ben Mendelsohn chuckling for a second there really got me hype. I was like, fuck, he was so good in that movie.
I mean, even that cut to Saul,
Yeah,
was pretty great. Forrest Whitaker, man.
and you know what? None of the returning characters spoke. It was all new characters that spoke in that. I think. I don't think Diego Luna spoke at all. You didn't have Mon Mothma. None of the other guys. Stellan did not. They were just, silently getting shit done. Shooting people while walking. Very Paul McCartney, Abbey Road symbolism. Maybe they are all dead.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, who was barefoot in that trailer while walking and shooting?
Dropping a bomb.
Who was walking left foot forward instead of right foot forward? Who dumped their dad's ashes on someone on the street?
Number 9.
Oh, that was me.
Number 9.
All right. This is enough Andor talk until someone else wants to get hyped with me.
Hype. We're hype. I'm hype. You know I'm ready, bro.
I know you're ready.
I'm ready.
I hope Denise Goch was what? Oh, dead. You don't like her? Barefoot. Gotcha. No, that makes more sense. Yeah, anyone who doesn't know, Denise Goch was the voice of Yennefer in The Witcher games. So that's that. In more exciting news, He-Man official first look. Yikes! I'm about to bust. Who here likes He-Man? Who here likes man?
Yeah.
Got any
The
He-Man
saga
fans in the
of
chat?
the new Masters of the Universe He-Man movie is just so funny to me. I think there's no way I'm not going to see this movie because I find it. I think it's just funny that this is even getting made. I think it's getting made like probably 10 to 15 years too late. This teaser picture that they just put out too, just. I mean, so what I'm looking at is just his
Top middle.
arm and his
Towards the
chest,
left.
and I mean, look, she. Oh, put some baby oil on that bead. No, did he? You know what I'm saying?
It does proportionally look like He-Man
Yeah,
in that photo, at the very least. Who's playing He-Man?
the actor in that
Some
pink
broad.
button up right there, Nicholas Gillespie, I think is his last name.
Dizzy Gillespie?
No, it's not. It's something else. Gilitzine. Nicholas Gilitzine.
Hmm.
He was in Red, White, and Royal Blue, which was like the very horny gay rom-com movie. He was also in Bottoms, which was a very funny movie. I would highly recommend Bottoms. And then he was in that fucking like Harry Styles fanfic movie where he bangs Anne Hathaway.
So
yeah, there you go. Crazy.
this is giving me theories on what this movie is going to be about.
I was saying, like, is it just going to be sexy and it's just gay bait, maybe? Like,
It's gonna be
but I'm gonna see it. Like, I'm gonna. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it is, like, I'm going. Like, I need to see this.
Do you think they're gonna play it funny, where it's like,
I think.
what do you mean,
maybe.
He-Man? He-Man in New York City? What are you talking about? And I'm She-Boy, right? Here's your bagel. And he's like, oh, thanks,
She-Boy.
thanks, I guess.
The whole thing, though,
Any
is
gay bars around here? We have those in my world, where you can go and talk to gay men. I watched that the other
you're a
day.
big Annie fan.
Yeah,
Look, I hear you. I love some Anne Hathaway. You know,
I love all of Anne Hathaway.
she's very mother.
Mamma mia!
Oh, those go
Anyway,
together
yeah.
well.
So they just post this photo as the first look. I think it was an interesting choice, interesting angle. Look, I'm already edging, so I got to chug.
This like set photo in the middle, I think, is so funny because it's like, it's definitely. I think that's
He
supposed
is
to
a
be
good
played
actor, though,
funny.
Crazy. He is good. Like, I was just saying with Bottoms, but that's my point too. Like Bottoms, that's a comedy. Red, White, and Royal Blue rom com. Anne Hathaway movie. I don't know if he was playing so much funny, but
If you just look at this picture, he's like getting escorted by what looks like police, but his hands aren't cuffed. It's just like, stereotypical like funny movie police where it's like
yeah.
two
Come on, big guy.
a
Well, what I
scrawny
like is
dude
that
and like a
one of the cops who was holding the fucking He-Man sword.
yeah, like ew. And he's like standing there like, what's his face in that picture? It's like, I forget who it is, but
Yeah.
the actor. When Anne Hathaway was cheated on by her husband in The Intern, I punched the screen. I got so mad. That's not normal.
Understand. The Intern, man, what a weird movie. It's a weird movie. Nancy Myers made that movie.
The Intern.
Yeah. It's got two of the dudes from Workaholics. It's got Durs and Adam. They're not. Durs especially is not particularly funny in the movie.
I don't remember this at all.
Yeah, Nancy Myers, Queen. Pretty high IMDb rating, actually. That's kind of surprising. Well, no, people seem to really like the movie. Though, you know.
Oh, okay. I missed it, I guess. All right. Well, that's He-Man. It's gonna be gay. It's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
Do you think he's gonna see
Yeah,
like?
look, I'm gonna be there.
You know
You
what?
sold me already. You said there's going to be a new He-Man movie, and it's going to be gay and funny. Awesome.
He's gonna be confused on Halloween night about someone dressed up as a skeleton. He's gonna try to kill them with a sword, and then his funny like companion dude who's with him is gonna be like, "No, dude, don't. It's just Halloween, dude." And he's like, "But it's Skeletor." He's like, "No, bro. They just dress up like that.
That sounds
That's
horrible.
highly offensive to me. Skeletor's like my Hitler."
That is a very accurate. That describes a theoretical scene very accurately. However, I will say I do know the basic plot of the movie is
The
an
opposite
inversion of
yeah.
that concept. Yeah, because that's what like the original Masters of the Universe was about, and it's just I don't understand why Earth is involved at all. I don't understand why we have to have a cop and He-Man in a pink button-up. Which, by the way, solid pink button-up. I would wear it. I would wear that.
So reverse what I just said. So he's in, what is it? Mysteria? Is that the name of his planet? What is the He-Man planet called?
It's Castle Grayskull, and he lives on it's where's yeah.
Regardless.
Etheria.
Etheria. Okay, so
And it's Etheria.
he lands there on Etheria Halloween, and then he sees someone dressed up as Hitler, and he goes to punch them in the face, and then his buddy's like, "Hold on, man! Don't do it! Don't do it! That is but a youngin. That is but a young boy." And he says, "But it's Hitler.
Baba boom.
That's Hitler right there. I gotta get him." It's like, no, no, no. That's just someone dressed up as Hitler.
And then it becomes a sex scene with the kid Hitler and whoa.
Well, you don't understand. Hitler's like my Skeletor. Anyway.
That's my Skeletor, by the way.
I made the slide because it's 3 that I could have done 3 slides, but at the same time, there wasn't much for any of them. So
The A20, the Barney movie gets a little bit going on. So there's because for a few years now, I think at least a couple years, there's been this shit going around about Daniel Kaluuya, who's the guy from Get Out, the lead actor from Get Out, also in Black Panther, Judas and the Black Messiah, and then he was on Skins years ago and was actually a writer on Skins.
mm-hmm.
He said a few years ago that he was producing and writing a Barney movie for A24. Not too much has been said about it, and now it's saying Ayo Edebiri, who is, I mean, I'm an awooga for Ayo Edebiri. Shouts out. She has been hired to come on and do like rewrites of the screenplay and star in the movie. In this
Nice.
Barney movie made by A24. So what this movie is really about or what's really going on here, I don't know. I do not fucking know. I'm
love you.
confused.
You
I'm
love
intrigued. I'll see it for sure.
I'm a dinosaur inside, and I am.
I think it's going to be a horror movie, but then what I find interesting is like, well, how the people who own the rights to Barney, because there's right now like a kids Barney Netflix show. Like, how would you okay putting out an adult or Barney movie while you have that going on? I don't know. I mean, it's
Maybe
an
they're just
interesting
like
choice.
A24. Just wanted to
Anyway.
do it. This is going to be Five Nights at Freddy's, but Barney.
No, it's
It's going to be
it's-
Josh Hutcherson. It's going to be a cop that doesn't act like a cop, weirdly enough. Matthew Lillard is going to be Barney. It's going to be a bunch of kid souls for some reason. That doesn't. Michael B. Jordan and
see
Zendaya
it.
will be approached by Will Smith for Hancock sequel, and I worded it like
See,
that.
I didn't even see this. What you posted this. I don't even know what's going on.
So you sent
What
me a
does this
link
even
on
mean?
Instagram that was about Hancock 2, and there was an interview with Will Smith, and he just kind of like brought up that he's working on Hancock 2, and he wants to approach Michael B. Jordan and Zendaya
Oh,
about it. So there really isn't much news. It's just that Hancock 2 might happen. Will Smith gets around
I
to it.
wouldn't, dude. I'm so over his fucking Will Smith, dude. Who gives a fuck, dude?
Yeah. And not many people care about Hancock either, so.
Stop it. Hancock is a weird ass movie because the first half of that movie is genuinely like a fun movie. Hancock goes from being like a pretty cool, fun little superhero movie to being super just not good and annoying and odd. The tone change up in that movie just does not work at all because it goes from like comedic superhero action movie to all of a sudden it's like a philosophical superhero drama. Boy.
I've never seen it. Men in Black V will save us.
Men in Black V, nice.
Um,
Is there going to be a Men in Black 5? I hope not. Well, no, there. Oh no, that was technically 4.
that's for international.
Men in
That's the
Black
one with
International.
Chris
Hemsworth.
Chris Hemsworth, yeah.
Yeah, it's not great. Not a great movie. They're not so great.
Just get
And
the
then
OG cast back. Do another Bug Guy. Do another song. An iconic looking movie, but kind of just slightly above mid in terms of writing. Do that again.
You're above bid.
Thank you. That means I'm better than average. Maybe.
Okay.
Actually, I'm probably way better than average because if you write a big ass movie and it's mid, most movies aren't good, right?
Fair.
I could shit out a movie on iMovie right now and it'd be technically a movie. Hideo Kojima was confused by Brave New World's timeline or something. He made a tweet in between his 9,000. I tried to scroll and find the tweet.
I would just sum up his tweet as basically just being like a mixed to negative review of the movie, though. Like, it was kind of just like, oh no, I don't get it.
I tried to find this tweet just by going on his Twitter and then scrolling down, but there are about 9,000 Death Stranding 2 tweets like since then.
Yeah.
So I couldn't. I just had to Google it and then screenshot it. But yeah, it says I watched Captain America: Brave New World in IMAX. I vaguely remember Sam receiving the shield in Endgame, but when did he officially become Cap? Is it because I haven't seen the Falcon and the Winter Soldier? And what's this about Avengers being reorganized? I'm also getting it mixed up with the Thunderbolts trailer. Which I said to Hayden that, like, I think getting mixed up with Thunderbolts totally makes sense. If you haven't, like, seen a movie since Endgame, or, like, seen any of these guys since Endgame, because U.S. Agent is in Thunderbolts or whatever, it's another dude with the shield, and then Bucky's in that, and then, like, why wouldn't he be in Captain America? Even though he kind of is, but it is confusing. But he is. They do imply that at least at the end of Endgame that he is the new Captain America, even if they don't say it until in the show. Until the show.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just one of those things where I can already imagine, you know, what I might have changed or done, like in the beginning of Brave New World. Like it needed a scene of him, you know, being normal in the morning or something, like Sam going for his normal run and FaceTiming his sister or something, and then whatever, making eggs or something, and then he gets like a call and he's like, well, here we go. You know, like I needed one of those fucking types of bullshits. It kind of launched into like, oh yeah.
Then he hits a button on the side of his head, and then like the micro robots build that fucking suit on him, and then he turns into an energy CGI ball and then flies through his roof.
Yeah,
That's what I needed.
pretty much.
Here's the next thing. This is huge. So Emily's pork store. We have an Emily's Pork Jork update. If you haven't been following the saga, why don't you tell it this time? I feel like I told it last time.
The saga of Emily's Pork Store. Emily's Pork Store is, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say iconic, but well known and well respected deli / sub shop in Brooklyn, and it's been around for a very long time. I think it's like a family business. Again, very well known, very well regarded. I think the Google average is like 4.9 out of 5 or something. Thousands of followers on their Instagram. Usually, if you do pop in, there's a bit of a line. Only open, never open for dinner. So it's, it's one of those places, well known. Well, the guy who runs that pork store, all right, pork store, keep in mind, that's important in terms of the theme of everything. Anyway, the guy who runs a pork store is clearly unaware that the business's Instagram account is connected to the Threads app that's clearly just on his phone. And pretty much on a weekly basis, he thirsts after some MILF on Threads. So we've been posting updates. He still just seems to have not realized this. But what's funny, too, is that every time he does it, he gets a few likes. And I got to think there are just other people who have then noticed who just no one's telling him.
Yeah. It's I pray that no one ever tells him. Then this goes on forever. I pray that it gets so huge that it just it makes the store more popular. Like it gets.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll make a video at some point that it gets viral on TikTok.
Yeah, we do a compilation of the Emily's Pork Store updates.
Yeah, because
this
is
new,
just the latest
new
one.
this week. New this week.
Yeah, it's Maya Jenkins 798 real account. Says, I'm not a regular mom. I'm a cool mom. Sunglasses emoji. No Botox, no filters, no surgery, just 100% natural. I'm 51, 168 centimeter, single. Where are you from? Heart face.
I'm a boy.
And I will say this to this account. This has been deleted since. So the screenshot is the only evidence that this exists. This is a man who made this account and posted this. I'm just going to say.
For sure. Oh, for sure. But half of what he responds to, at least, is bait.
Yeah.
Spam bot bait shit.
Or like
falls
math
for it every
puzzles.
time.
But yeah.
Emily's Pork Store response is, where are you from? Brooklyn, New York. Come on, sweetheart, where are you? When you swing on down to my pork store, I work in New York. That's another thing that's funny is like one of them was, where do you work or something? And I was like, I work in Brooklyn. Anyway, that's the Emily's Pork Store update this week. Next week, I think we'll try, and if we get more stuff, we'll try and put in the older slides too. So. All right.
I'm just blowing some air in my face. Daredevil, Born Again, early buzz is buzzing.
So the premiere happened this week for Daredevil, Born Again. There were 2 episodes shown. Multiple different outlets and comic book influencers or shit were invited to the premiere. Everything has been unanimously very positive. The excitement seems to be pretty high. There were also screeners sent out to different publications of the first 2 episodes. I mean, consistently, as everywhere you can turn, it's that. It's very good. It really is like a continuation of the show. It comes out swinging. There's apparently a very big twist very early on that sets the tone of like, oh, they going for it, and yeah, it's exciting stuff. They, we talked about it leading up, but this is really the first Marvel thing I've been like very excited about in a while. I think the team they got to is just fucking good. Like it's the directors from Loki and the showrunner from the Punisher show, who was also a writer on Daredevil.
There you go.
So let's go.
Those are all the best Marvel shows.
Right.
Put together. That's cool. I'm excited. I'm very excited.
Yep.
I hope the twist is that Vincent D'Onofrio just explodes, and then inside of him is Peter Parker, and then the rest of the show is Matt Murdock trying to figure out who Peter Parker is, and then he figures
Right
out.
for Marvel. He should write for Marvel Max.
Yeah, and then he figures out through like not.
Then he
direct
fingers.
clues, but
Fingers what?
he fingers Peter Parker, and then he figures out, oh, you were Spider-Man. You were this missing entity that's missing in all of history that should be there. There's something that should be there. that I'm reading in my Braille history books.
That's Peter getting fingered.
Yeah. Kingpin explodes too. That's the twist. While Daredevil is fingering him.
Anyway, okay.
Oh, I added a sound, by the way. I added a sound to our Discord.
Oh,
like
nice.
That? Okay.
Well, you should have done that
No.
a while ago. No. All right, well.
Okay. Okay, so it's that time of the show. It's the time of the show, and you can call in and talk to just me right now. Hayden will come back. But you should call in, talk to us about things. I'll do a recap. Let me get the Sanford and Sons going. Sanford and Sons theme song. Here we go. But I gotta do it double speed. No, it's a sleep timer. 2x speed. Let me go back to the beginning of this. Okay. Here we go. Here's the quick recap. Are We Woke It Live, Stream 25. We talked about a bunch of DC movie news, bunch of DC shit. James Bond got bought by Amazon. It's going to be bad now. Kathleen Kennedy has left Lucasfilm. Star Wars is political and always has been and always should be. Andor Season 2 trailer dropped. It's really good. He-Man first look. Fuck. No, this is a movie. He-Man first look looks funny. It's going to be a gay comedy. A24 live-action Barney. Hancock 2 might come out. Hideo Kojima is confused by Marvel because they're bad at their movies right now. Emily's Pork Stored still responding to MILFs. Daredevil's apparently pretty good. And that's it. Call in to talk to us. Oh. Getting a movie playing. He-Man type sexy, right? Nice watch, Ronnie. Here, I'll put up the...
Ronnie objectively I mean, I suppose we could get into, we're in a bit of a lull state unless somebody wants to. Oh, was that the doctor? The doctor's in.
Yeah, that's just there for some reason.
The doctor's in. Either.
That's the Love Doctor. We don't have to do Love Doctor today. We can if we want, but I just put life advice funny.
Since we're going to call in 5 minutes.
Well,
we can burn 5 minutes because I don't know if I want to do my. I am going to drop an exclusive. I'm gonna ahead of the Oscars this weekend. I'm gonna go ahead and drop my favorite flicks of the year. My picks. The Oscars, they always get it wrong. So, I know people are chomping at the bit to see that. Hayden, you're such a pretentious cunt asshole, and half the time you're talking, I hate it. What did you like last year? Anyway. But you're going to get it anyway because it's ahead of the Oscars, and I will give Hades picks. Hades picks what I would have given Best Picture to, Best Actor. That'll all come up during the slide show, and maybe I'll give some predictions for Oscars.
You have a question in
Conan
chat.
O'Brien hosting the Oscars this year. Interesting choice. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to watch it. I always do.
Question in chat for Hayden.
Is that an AI image? You tell me. No, look, it's just me. I'm doing my job. It's me doing my day job, and
Got
just
a
getting after
PhD.
it. Yeah, we discussed this. Discussed this with Del Pickle, actually, I think, too. Yeah, look, crazy. If you need advice, too, the doctor is in. The doctor's technically always in, but the doctor is in.
Yeah. I saw my my pill therapist doctor today on the phone. The advice he gave me was not nearly as good as Hayden's love doctor advice. He's
I
like,
know,
up
shocker.
the dosage on your sleep medication, and look forward to RFK was his advice today. So that's on my to-do
Look
list.
forward to RFK.
No. I just brought up RFK. Like I'm worried about my access to medication in the future. And he's like, it's probably not going to be a big deal. I was like, okay.
What does he fulfill for you, Max, that I can't?
Prescription medication.
I knew it.
Yeah, sorry. That's the main thing. Did you have like a slideshow of your top picks, or?
I do, yeah.
Okay, that's what you're doing right now. Gotcha.
I do. I just edited it a little bit because I remembered that there was something I forgot to tweak in there. I made it a while ago. I think sometimes making slides just soothes me, and it was also made to then make my Letterboxd list. Which, by the way, find me on Letterboxd at Little Baby Haiti. You already know. I have the best taste. I am in a lull right now. I always find myself, especially like before Oscars and stuff, because I usually like before Oscar season, I go so like over the fucking top, catching up on movies I might have missed or whatever. I just kind of get drained, and then I don't. My balls, obviously, my balls get drained, draining balls, and then I just don't feel like, sitting through more cinema all the time. Especially that we got great TV going on. Listen, speaking of TV, you know what I was talking about earlier? The show that in season 2 it's kind of losing me, and it's like, where are we going here? Unfortunately, sad to say, Severance.
I thought that's what you were gonna say.
Fuck, dude, I love that show. Like, love it. I think this first season was some of the greatest television I've ever seen in my life. And it's not like it's bad so far. It's just not doing what I thought or wanted it to do. It's really crazy. Yes, I am watching Paradise. I just got to the Billy episode. I just finished the Billy-centric episode, which lost me a little bit. And so that's why I have not kept going, but I will. I will keep going. I definitely will. I just needed a moment because I found that episode very narratively frustrating. And so then I've taken a little break. I got into it a little later, though, I'm saying, too. I started watching it like the 3rd week it was out or something like that. So I think it was also because I watched several episodes in a row and stuff, and I thought, all right, let me press pause for a second because I'm sure then when I pick it back up, I'll watch a couple more and then watch a couple more, whatever. What I will say about that show, and I don't know if you agree, Crazy, I thought the pilot, the first episode, was excellent. Like, very, very well done. Very well crafted television. And I don't want to give it away to Max, although I doubt you're going to watch it. Are you going to watch Paradise?
I forgot the name of it until I just looked again, so. What is it?
So the premise, going into the show is that it's about a Secret Service agent who suddenly has to investigate the death of the president. The president's killed and he has to investigate it. But then in the end, there's a huge twist in the end of the first episode that's like, you thought this show was about this, but really it's about this. And it's pretty well done, but then what it becomes is narratively extremely similar to another show that I know you've seen. So yeah.
Okay,
so in the moment you're like, oh shit, but then you're like, well, it's kind of just doing this, but for people who might not have watched that based on their own biases. I don't want to spoil it, but
I gotta figure out what I've watched that I've watched that could work in that context.
Or the synopsis, I was like, oh, okay, this will be interesting. And then after the first episode, I was like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Yeah, it's done really well. I kind of, in the beginning, like, there's shit going on in that neighborhood where I was like, And then I kind of figured it out when he runs past a bus stop and there's like a sign there. You know what's going on over here?
Like Suicide
very well
Squad
crafted.
Isekai?
Yes, it's exactly that.
Okay. I knew
Yeah, I don't know. Without giving too much away, though, the Billy stuff, just so because there's two things. Overall, I still think the show is very, very good. It's premium A1 like prestige television. It's giving that. It's giving like Showtime. But two things. One, it's created by this guy Dan Fogelman, who wrote Crazy Stupid Love, and his most successful show was what's it called? With the family, it's families. It's families, and it's about family. What's it called?
What's his name?
That's good. I can't believe I'm not just immediately thinking of it. This is what I'm going to read it. This Is Us. I kept wanting to say Last of Us. So he did This Is Us, which was like primo melodrama. And I do think as good as like the premise and the setup of this show is, every now and again he dips into a little bit of melodrama with the dialogue that does, I don't know. And the Billy episode just took me out for a second. I'm definitely coming back. I'm not out for the count. The Billy episode took me out a little bit just because it was like, why is this guy doing the things he's doing? There was it's hard to justify the decisions that a certain character makes where you're like, this guy would never make these decisions, man. What the F?
Anyway.
This Is Us is woke bullshit. I know, dude. You cannot be fat and be in a family.
I've never seen that happen. MJ just took a shit.
Congratulations on your shit. Did you miss the Daredevil talk? I mean, I feel like that's the only shit you can give a fuck about. It was nothing, though, even if you missed it. Who cares? This was the premiere. Or the reviews are good. That was it. You're caught up.
Yeah. My family makes fat people sit outside at Thanksgiving.
Throw turkey outside. Eat it, pig!
Yeah, I missed it, Sag. Here, I'll just go back. Watch this.
Yeah, for sure. You can do a little recap review of the first couple episodes and.
Here we go. Daredevil Born Again, early buzz is buzzing. This is the whole slide you missed. And then Hayden said, the critics are in. The critic reviews are in. It's pretty good.
Yeah, because the premiere was a few days ago. It was the first 2 episodes were screened. A lot of critics and influencer internet people were invited. Everyone was pretty on the consensus of, oh yeah, be back. That was the vibes.
You were saying the showrunner was the Punisher showrunner. It had the Loki writer, right? Or director, I can't remember.
It's the Loki directors and then the showrunner from the Punisher who also wrote Daredevil. So,
yeah. Max, you look like an
everyone was saying it's pretty much just another season of Daredevil, but like just different enough. It's like there's a slight, time has passed. The directors are putting a little bit of their own flair to it, but it's Daredevil.
Yeah, I mean, even in the trailer, you see some like shots that are like, that's new for this series. Like Daredevil is CGI jumping off this building and punching a guy in the head.
Yeah,
they haven't done that before. Or I didn't notice it before. Max, you look just like an angry blind man in that pic. Keen as. This pic? This one? I don't look that angry. I actually look pretty happy. I'm smiling.
It's off.
Or do you mean... I'm not this guy on the left here. That's not me. I'm this one.
Vincent D'Onofrio, the legend.
Yeah, that's Vincent. Oh my god. You never see his neck in the show.
You didn't know? You didn't tell? You couldn't tell?
I thought he was just that big.
He kind of is.
Does he have a family or not?
What?
Does he have a family or not?
It's a family. It's the problem.
This was a bit we did 1 minute ago, Hidden. Or if you're fat, you can't have a family. You okay? You just so.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing with him is he does get fat, but then he also puts on suit like mass and is like it makes doing them deadlifts and shit then too, and he gets fucking wide. It's a iconic build. So
It's sitting.
Mamma mia!
What are we doing? Larg.
Oh
yeah, we were talking about that. That's because in the early reviews they're talking about like there is a Spider-Man appearance and Daredevil fucking gives him the shocker.
Yes.
Spider-Man shocker is like.
That's a big spoiler. Spider-Man shows up and Daredevil fingers him, and then he's like, "Wait,
what?
I know. Who are you, Peter? Peter Parker? That's not a real name." And the show's really about him figuring out who Peter Parker is via fingering him.
Please follow us on Twitch if you haven't already. I'm so close.
I'm about to blow. I'm about to come. I'm about to come. I'm about to blow.
Hold on. Let me read something from a second ago. So, at 12:54 a.m. my time, Bungoy TTV said, "I'll call in 5 minutes." It's now 1:09 a.m. my time.
I think we could have done the Oscar list.
Yeah, we could have done that, but I was just banking on.
What do we think? What's Oscar predictions? Best Picture predicts. Go. What's winning Best Picture?
For you?
What's at the Oscars?
Oh. Oppenheimer. Dune 2. What movies came out? Best Picture nominees. Best Picture nominees. And I'll put this on the thing here. Amelia Perez, I'm gonna see. A Complete Unknown, Conclave, Nickel Boys, I'm Still Here, The Substance, Dune Part 2, Wicked, Honora, The Brutalist. It's gonna be one of these top ones.
I'm thinking Conclave. I do not think Wicked's going to get it. I'm thinking Conclave, or there might be a big upset with Honora. I think Honora has a shot, especially the buzz has been brewing. It basically replaced Amelia Perez too. Like after all the Amelia Perez drama and shit, the way that award seasons have been going with the Spirit Awards, the SAG Awards, the BAFTAs. I think it's either Conclave or maybe an Honora upset. The Brutalist has a shot, but also like the politics surrounding it right now are not too hot.
NJ, I think you just want to suck my toe.
Yeah, I think that's just your own desire.
I'm not sure why Dune Part 2 would get a Best Picture thing.
No, especially since they fucking got rid of. They didn't nominate Denis, the director, for Best Director, which is fucking stupid to me. And I didn't even like that movie. I respect that movie, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
still thought it's amazing. It's extremely well directed, though. I don't know what the hell they're smoking. You give it a Best Picture nom and then don't give it a Best Director. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, thinking back, I wasn't a huge fan of the movie. I didn't hate it, but it was like I am looking back on that whole like world with a little bit of like I kind of enjoyed the world.
It's awesome, dude. It's
I like
cool as
how
shit.
they live in caves.
There's something that to me feels redundant about it all. I mean, we're also like borderline a fucking Star Wars stream too, so I think we have our what we like. I don't know, like Lucas pulled so much from Dune to also that like it just all feels like, did we really need to do this again? And now especially Lynch is dead, and I don't know, man. But it's certainly a feat of filmmaking. I don't know, I feel similarly to it the way I feel about like fucking Oppenheimer. Like everyone's like, Oppenheimer's the greatest fucking movie. Technically speaking, yes, it is a very, very good movie. Do I ever want to watch that movie again? I don't know. I'd probably watch Dune 2 again, though. I half-ass watched it, to be honest.
Everybody, please give a warm welcome to Bungoy TTV.
Oh my god.
What is up? I'm not late. I'm not late.
I didn't say you were.
Why is this not turning on? Oh, wait. What the fuck happened to my camera? There we go.
Ooh.
There we go.
She calls me Sloppenheimer.
I figured it out. she be calling me Sloppenheimer. Except I did not brush my hair today. It looks like dog shit.
Put dog shit on your head.
Oh, I got dog shit on my fucking head. That's how you sound, Max. That's how you sound. How does it feel? I got a little presentation.
Crazy, we are gonna do more Oscar stuff too, though. Don't worry, just stick around.
But
We're circling back.
Got a little presentation for y'all.
Okay.
All right, what are we doing? I mean, I think I gave you a special assignment. Is it related to that?
Yeah, so this is a special assignment.
It's a special report, special report
during the stream.
Imagine if Bong turned their camera on and was just butt naked. NJ, been there, done that.
I fucking wish.
Okay.
Max, haven't you seen my ball sack? No, you see my boob.
No.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Mamma
Anyway,
mia!
let me share. I'm gonna share a PowerPoint.
Let's do this. I'm excited. I'm getting excited.
Getting hard.
All right.
Dark woke.
Yeah, welcome everybody
Yeah.
to. We're talking about dark woke today. A special Hayden request. So I made a PowerPoint. Welcome to dark woke, the Mace Windu conundrum. All right, and we're gonna get
Ooh,
into
interesting.
it's by me by Bungoy.
Okay, let's do this.
All right, so
Oh, no.
why is Mace Windu special?
I saw the pod and I'm like, oh.
Mace Windu uses Vapad, which is the scariest of all lightsaber styles. It's so scary, people turn to the dark side when they use it. He uses dark side powers for good. He's willing to break the Jedi code to kill Palpatine. Anakin Skywalker's not a big fan of that.
You're cooking.
And
You're
his
cooking.
purple lightsaber is a mix of red and blue. Who else is a notable person that's used purple lightsaber? Darth Revan.
Ooh.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, it's all coming together. It's crazy. So I'd say in the Star Wars universe, Mace Windu is dark woke.
Yes.
Now let's explain dark woke. That was my segue. It's got nothing else to do with.
No,
it.
you're cooking. You're cooking though. That was good.
But yeah,
Good entry point for today
what
too.
is dark woke? Dark woke is fighting fire with fire. It's saying what needs to be said. It's not giving a single fuck. And sometimes you got to get canceled to save society. Okay. I'm done. I'm done being nice. I'm done. I'm done being civil. All right. I'm gonna say whatever I want. I'm gonna
Exactly.
post that image in the bottom right, and I'm gonna say, "You're gonna get what's coming to you, Elon Musk." And yeah, I just dark woke. Dark woke is taking a stand. I've considered myself dark woke before dark woke existed.
Facts.
So I'm pretty with it.
Who's gonna call Elon the R word?
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna talk about why did dark woke begin, and so I'm gonna read off of Know Your Meme.
Nice.
So dark woke is a joke hashtag started in January 2025 after Donald Trump was reelected the 47th president of the United States. It started with AOC quote tweeting libs of TikTok, a notoriously shitty person, saying, "Oh, are you triggered?" leading to an ex-user to tweet proto dark woke, who will be the first Democrat to call Republicans retarded. That is right here. This tweet right here. So a pro dark woke, maybe hashtag gray woke, who will be the first Democrat to call Republicans retarded bee.
Which
but
one?
yeah, dark woke is it's a movement about fighting fire with fire, taking their arsenal and using it against them. All right, because honestly, like they got what's coming to them. Then dark woke started getting spread around by all big users. This guy who you see on Twitter 1 billion times a day, if you're following big accounts, helped use dark woke. Liv Agar helped use dark woke. A bunch of people. Here's an epic dark woke meme. My grandma voted for Trump, so I made sure she fell down the stairs. It's about taking back society from all this dancing around the issue. All right. If grandma voted for Trump, you kill grandma. Okay. God.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
So
1 second of Joker.
well, that's coming. Don't worry. Okay. So yeah, dark woke is awesome. It's about telling Elon Musk to go kill himself. Connor Eats Pants did not pave the way, but I mean he was a pretty big contributor of dark woke, with saying Elon Musk killing himself on 420 would make him the most epic meme ever. no way he does it though. He'll never be one of the greats. Connor Eats Pants later then said that his mom called him and said that he'd probably get in trouble if he kept posting about Elon Musk killing himself. People have compared Dark Woke to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. You know, I agree. It's a pretty woke show, but they say some pretty crazy shit. So it's about getting Elon Musk to kill himself. It's about calling people out, you know, for their shit. People are saying AOC started Dark Woke, but like that one user said, she's only gray woke because, you know.
Yes, I would say that. You know, I'm sorry to
issues.
interject on your excellent presentation so far,
Yeah.
but I would say AOC she's not quite dark woke.
No, she's gray woke. She's, you know, it's hard to call her woke because she's so liberal. You know, I just it's in my opinion that like to be woke, you got to be a little bit less liberal than
Goodbye,
to be
NJ.
a liberal
See ya,
congressperson.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of far left.
Yes,
to
just leftism.
natural.
But there was this awesome tweet that said Dark Woke Origins, and it's this guy, and I don't know if any of you guys remember this, but it's a classic video.
It's a baby. If someone is raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
And you know, I think that's awesome. I think beating the shit out of people is awesome.
True, dude. This is what I'm saying. Let's end this once and for all. We've already, you know, given our government up to the fascists. Then let's challenge them. Didn't we used to say, you know, we're gonna all fascists? Isn't that what we used to be proud to say as Americans?
Exactly.
They want to call woke weak. They want to call woke sissies. How about I tell you something? How about I tell you you're fucking fuck ugly, and you can fucking see me in the street and we'll duke it out. What's up? I'm a pussy. You're a pussy. I'll fight you.
So one of Dark Woke's like biggest things that happens with it is it's a hashtag it's a fruit. The fruit grapes. Hashtag grape Elon has been trending. It's also lended itself to Trump and Netanyahu. This hashtag is going crazy on the X, the Everything app. It's everywhere.
Oh my god!
And it's even spread to Baki, which is I don't know what Baki's about, but Elon Musk and Trump are in it.
This is real.
And this is real. And what I assume is Baki is going to give them a bowl of grapes. So non-consensually. So it says it right there, right in the middle. So it's
by definition.
It's by definition, yeah. It's
great.
It's crazy, and you can see the looks on their faces. They're totally stunned, and you know, I think America would be better if Baki
by the way,
was
Max, I think we're going to pull that image on the bottom right and put it in our opening permanently for the rest of the year too. In our
the anime
square.
Elon and anime.
Images. Yeah.
Wedding. The manga.
So, you know, Dark Woke is cool and all, but at some point, Dark Woke isn't woke anymore, and there's a lot of stuff where it's like people try to be Dark Woke, and you can tell instantly that they don't know what Dark Woke is, and they were never Dark Woke to begin with. Okay. First thing first is on the top right. This was an epic trans person tweeting about one of these people are trans. Guess which one? And it's a ugly woman next to a beautiful woman, and the beautiful woman on the right is a trans woman, Hunter Schafer.
Very talented.
And that's not woke because.
But wait, do you have context for who though the ugly woman is on the left?
I got no idea, but it really doesn't matter.
Okay, this is just conjecture. This is just throwing in, just giving some context, and then we can talk about still why it's still wrong, but to give it the context. Okay.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's some AGP or not AGP. LGBT or LGB without the T kind of. What are they called? What is their 3-letter acronym?
No, even worse. She is a far right prick who's all over Twitter, who had basically started this fight with this one of these people are trans thing. She kind of started this, turf. She kind of started this because she tweeted a picture of Hunter Schafer that said, y'all are really going to tell me this dude passes?
Uh-huh.
So then the response to that was this.
Yeah, no, I know the term turf. There's a term they call themselves. It's like GBP or something like that, and they have like a pride flag, and it's like purple and green. Anyway, I don't remember the term because it's only shitty people use it. But yeah, I mean, things can get turned around, but there's
yes,
a moment
I just
where,
wanted to make sure that wasn't like this person was getting called out just because they were ugly.
But every single day, the 4chan fucking TTTT users will go on there and be like, "I'm a pastel, you're a mancel, you'll never look like a woman like me," or they're like, "I'll never be a real woman," and they look very womanish, but they're just a little ugly, and so they think they don't pass, and there's a lot of issues with patriarchy. There's a lot of issues with the trans movement in general. It doesn't really help the morale, and it doesn't really send the right message that
I agree with you. I think this is a step
people
too far.
only deserve rights when you want to fuck them in the butthole.
Here's what I will also say though is I think that this is in response to like, and it's the speaking to the it is a slippery slope. Like dark woke is a slippery slope. We have to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also like then in response to maybe you even have this in your slideshow. I don't know. There was the story of earlier this week. There was like a stud in a bathroom, and someone called the cops saying they weren't allowed in the bathroom, and that it was
yeah. It was a high schooler. Yeah.
But it was it's a stud. I mean, they're all over the place. What are you gonna do?
Right.
And,
Yeah.
I'd like
gender
to believe
confusion war hurts all people that don't fit the thing, and the one thing that the woke side should not do is continue to toe that line for no fucking reason because it doesn't help.
Yeah, I would like to believe that the original tweet of one of these people are trans was I don't know if I want to say well-intentioned, but woke-intentioned, dark woke-intentioned, but wasn't quite on the money.
Right. And I did pull this thumbnail off of a Vosh Clips video. So if you're a Vosh user, you already know that you're past dark woke. You already know that you're fucking loser, and Jesus Christ, kill yourself.
Oh,
anyway,
shit.
This middle one, this is a very, very, very old tweet from like 2022, but doesn't this N-word realize that his rights are next? I'd say that is specifically
that is way beyond the pale.
That is actually the average liberal. I'd say.
Yeah, that's a very lib fucking.
But I will say that that this guy's name Steely Dan Groiper, I'd say is also, towing the line. I'd say over the line. I don't think
way over the line.
I don't think you call yourself a Groiper.
That one's going.
Yeah,
that's too much.
That's like. I know it's a joke, but it's like
it's
the
it's
like
touch.
the only reason I'm not even defending it, but it's like the one at the top is like I see where someone was thinking they're trying to be edgy about pointing out to OP like who are you to define who physically a woman is, and it's the wrong move to make.
Right.
It's toe the line. I would have think, or at least hope, that the person who made this meme could be rationalized with, though. I think if someone could be like, hey, maybe not.
Yeah.
I look at, doesn't this N-word
That's the community every day, Hayden, so I don't know.
I know. I'll never try and speak for you.
It's a
I
crazy.
just want to give context.
It's a prevalent ass thing, yeah. But there's one thing that I hid because I'm not going to show it for very long.
Can I speak on this middle one for 1 second?
Oh yeah, sure.
I think it's funny that this middle meme is like, this is like a liberal doing the conservative thing where they're like, well, if black guys can say it, why can't I say it? And then the liberal sees the conservative do it, and they're like, well, if the conservative says it, why can't I say it? And then they just and then it comes, and then you just hear it, and then they're like, this guy just said the N-word.
I'd say the thing
plot
about
is lost.
that though is what liberals do, and we saw it with Palestine, is a true liberal will go, oh, you're a person of color, and you didn't do the thing that I think is the right way, no matter like if you're more left or more right than me. Or oh, you didn't vote for the lesser evil. Well, that's just because you're an N-word, or you deserve to get bombed, or things like that. It's a very classic thing. We've seen it over and over and over again. We saw the people laughing outside of the DNC. At people asking to stop Palestine, and then once Donald Trump came in, there was a bunch of tweets from epic liberal accounts that were like, "Well, this is what you Green Party voters get. This is what you internet leftists get. You get billions of dead kids because you wouldn't vote for the lady who promised to not stop killing dead kids." And I think there's an inherent just because you're liberal doesn't mean that you are not any less racist.
Well, and taking a moral high ground in that regard is just inappropriate.
You take the moral high ground, and you're also doing the thing that slave owners did, where it's like, I'm a white person, I'm more educated than you. I went to college, and you're voting against your best interests. And that's because you're stupid and you have the brain of a child, and it gets into a lot of IQ
they quote
shit.
Donald Trump, and they're like, "I love the uneducated Donald Trump" as a gotcha.
It's the classic. I'll post after this, but on The View, when that one lady's like, who will clean Donald Trump's toilets then? And everybody goes, "Whoa!" She's like, "No, I meant." Anyway, I'll link it forward, but. There's this one image that I will show briefly. It's not inherently terrible. I mean, I wouldn't. But if you know what it stems from, oh God, is it terrible? So I'm gonna show it really quick. And you can see what those caricatures are. You know what that word is.
We can read it. It's too small.
Okay, well, we'll say Shiite, and there's a white person with big ears, a large toothy grin, and a wide nose. It's a recolor of a classic meme, and I think that is awful.
Gotcha.
That is not the way to go. So we're gonna get rid of that. Actually, I'm gonna. I'll post the view clip.
I always like seeing people's homepages for the 2 seconds that they're there and then judging them silently.
If you kick
Mine's a
every
train
Latino out
wreck.
of this country, then who is going to be cleaning your toilet, Donald Trump?
Oh, that's no.
In the sense that, you know what I mean? Like, when I'm saying that
There's more jobs to be.
in LA, they always...
But
they don't...
Latinos are not only the only people
I didn't mean it
doing
like that. Come on. No, I would never mean it like that.
Okay.
Like, I'm not part of this argument with...
I think what you're saying is that Trump...
Yeah, that's another epic lib moment. But yeah, now we'll talk.
Kelly Osbourne, though, Ozzy Osbourne's daughter, right there.
Yeah. We'll talk about Dark Woke in the news.
This is the other thing that it's getting a lot of attention this week, and I felt like this is the other reason we should talk about it is because you got fucking Don Lemon and shit talking about it,
right,
and not everyone's nailing what I think it's all about.
So this is a pretty early article talking about Dark Woke. What is Dark Woke? Should the left embrace it? From Yahoo News. This was a photo I saw floated around a lot, but I've never seen it in actuality, so I don't know how terraformed that is or how liberal this image is, because again, AOC is not dark woke. But since it started with AOC, people are using that as the image a lot. This talks about the beginning, about how, are you triggered? Cry more. These didn't work, but let's see. My grandma voted for Trump, so I made sure she fell down the stairs. Things like that. I like that Dark Woke is going mainstream because it really vindicates my idea, and you got to force your oppressors into submission. And this article does talk about what I was talking about. It says, embracing Dark Woke seems to have ditched the woke part in the process, using a gloves-off approach as an excuse to throw out slurs and uncomfortable mockery as long as it's aimed as MAGA. People lost interest in Dark Woke pretty quickly. Is Dark Woke part of the answer? Who knows? That's what Yahoo has to say about that. This is Days. They have a pretty intensive Dark Woke. Is it time liberals got mean? Again, it's unfortunately they confuse what a liberal is rather than what a leftist is. But whatever.
Okay, crazy. I need to go lie down for a bit. My head hurty. I will watch VOD if I don't get to come back. Okay.
Alrighty.
Have fun laying down.
Lie down.
Feel better. Take as many drugs as you want. Don't let the label stop you.
Try and come back for my favorite Oscar talk. Anyway, let's go.
Yeah, I'd say that the slur usage stuff that they talk about is a little bit like grasping at straws. Like you can kind of tell here, they're like. Then there's another interpretation of dark wokeism that is basically the usual woke politics, but with slurs, which in your head it makes you go, "Oh, N-word," But when you go down to it, it's the R slur and the F slur, which honestly never really made it into the. Let's be honest here. Are we woke yet? No. As a society, no. We've never killed the R slur. We've never killed the F slur.
I think the F slur got somewhat recontextualized, at least for a minute. Mm-hmm. Like it had its moment of like, let's leave it alone, and then just kind of came ripping back. I have younger cousins who are like significantly younger than me, and they went through high school. Like one of them is still in high school, two of them just graduated, one just left college, and they're in that like kind of realm.
Mm-hmm.
They say retarded constantly.
Oh yeah.
And they do not. I mean, they're like, that bitch is retarded. I just got that chick's retarded, and I feel like I understand that it's ineffective, and I'm not going to try and derail everything at this moment. I think part of dark woke is just also about like understanding. People have their own boundaries that should always be respected, and respecting those boundaries while also challenging others who disrespect boundaries. So, well, what is your what? I think some of it is also like, what's your problem with just not respecting people? So what, you want me to call you a retard? I'll call you a retard.
Right.
Is that disrespectful? Or are you going to be upset about it because you're a snowflake? Is that triggering?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's,
I think
my thing, though, is then, like, if you are a conservative and you came to me truly, like without the veil of MAGA or whatever, like in a real conversation, you just happen to be conservative and you say, I'm kind of uncomfortable with the R word. I don't like it being used around me. I would immediately then respect the fact that that's what you don't want that used
Dark
around
woke
you.
is not supposed to be targeted to those people.
Right, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Not people that can have civility in the way they argue their points.
But I think that's the thing too, is then like I think
Real
some of what
civil,
Dark
genuine.
Woke are right now is challenging this weird ideal too of like, what is it? Why is it that MAGA then? So much of their rhetoric is about like these woke libs or whatever, and this is like another thing that this article you're pointing out, Bung, is like there's a problem in general with the media just conflating liberalism and leftism and all that shit. But like, but these MAGA people, it's like that's all they talk about is like the libs are so woke or they're so, but there's so much shit that you could say to them that's going to offend the fuck out of them, and they're going to get really upset.
Right, yeah. And I'm going to say when talking about the R slur and the F slur, both of those are woke, created by woke things, right? So like, most people in the world, when they're with their friends, will say retarded. Faggot is kind of slid off, but as gay people kind of are more and more accepted, I mean that's just kind of a reclaimed word.
I think I just have a rule of like,
faggot and fag all the time.
If you're engaging in a little, if you've ever engaged in queer fuckery, I think you get the pass. But
right,
that's my personal. I don't know. I mean, everyone has their own boundaries. I had an ex-girlfriend, despite the fact that I'm bi, I had an ex-girlfriend who told me I couldn't say it. You can't say it. You should never say that around me. I never said around her. I do rarely say it.
And that ex-girlfriend was retarded.
And she was retarded. And you can probably... No, she wasn't. God bless her.
But yeah, Days Digital just talks about like, people aren't... people are basically saying that the left needs to be meaner. They need to actually come up with a way to fight it, because it's a response to what liberals do, where liberals will go, "Oh my God, Donald Trump said this," and it's like, "What are we gonna do? Like, please donate money to show that we can love Donald Trump's hate." How did that work out? Like, we're getting 8 years to him. God forbid anything happens to him. God forbid, don't do it. I do not advocate for it, but we might get 12 years of Donald Trump. He's trying to pass the anti-FDR bill. So.
This is the thing. I am pretty pro dark woke, also because, first of all, like I said, I mean, I think I was dark woke before it was a hashtag hunty. But I'll also tell you, I think there is something relevant to, what the fuck are the libs doing right now? Their way of combating it is putting Chuck Schumer on a podium this week to go, "We are going to fight the good fight." What the fuck are you doing? This doesn't resonate with these people. You need to give them a little, twist them a little bit, twist the nip a little bit.
It's annoying when there's just like one side that's just saying like all the fucked up shit and all the lies, and then the other side responds with gotchas.
Right. To me, it's like you have to stop fact checking, trying to meet these people with like an empathy that they clearly don't respect or get. Because like I said, that's my whole thing is it's like, to me, such an obvious philosophy of life to think like anybody deserves the right to live the life that they choose to live. It's like, why would you ever give a fuck about anything else? Now, you can have a certain sense of humor I disagree with, you can be a total cunt or whatever, but if you fundamentally agree with like, the MAGA sentiment of, well, the way to solve it all is to make everybody Christian nationalists and whatever. It's like you have to then meet these people differently because trying to provide them with logic is not working anymore. And I also think like the tone policing, it's going over their head. Not to call it like even an IQ issue, it's a cultism issue.
It's like
you can't.
I would call it similar to like a bully nerd relationship, where like the nerd can be like, this is mean. Why are you doing that? You bully me every day. Leave me alone, please. You're so annoying. And then the bully's like, dumbass, and then just smacks him in the face. where the nerd really needs to stick up for himself and get a lead pipe. And can't believe you interrupted me saying that. The nerd gets a lead pipe and has to break the bully's knees one day, and then it goes away. And then the bully's like,
I think that's a little okay. I don't.
Well, it's every coming of age story.
Hyperbole,
like,
but you need to stand up for yourself. Is what I'm saying, in a real way that they would respect.
Yes.
Who's that guy? He's
respond to.
You guys, did either of you see In Time?
Oh yeah, that's a good movie.
Yeah. What is that lead actor's name?
Donald Gleason.
Donald Gleason.
In Time, right?
In Time's the one where they have like where Galecki's in it, right? Where they have.
Oh no, I was thinking of a different movie. It's with Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, okay, so that is Justin Timberlake. Yeah. There's that one Justin Timberlake movie or show or whatever where it's he's got that gay little kid who wears the boots. Yeah. And like, it's the classic thing of like, when you go up to a bully, you got to beat the shit out of the bully. And
this is
it's a little dark woke of him, but he starts beating the shit out of the dad and stuff, and then there's things like that happen. And this last article is talking specifically about how Democrats harness #darkwoke. The too long didn't read of this is Democrats are not being dark woke, but there was a gentle little shift after President Trump got elected, where people who are usually really meek and especially liberal were a little bit less meek, and they were saying shit that people have been saying 8 years ago during Hillary Clinton. So it's not a congratulations. They're not breaking new ground. They're saying the most common denominator of shit that needs to be said. It's like, finally you guys are doing something. Unfortunately, we all know that come March, all that sentiment is going to be away because they did their little campaign to say, hey, like, we're here, we hear you, we're pissed off about this, and now it's going to be, what the hell? Donald Trump has fucked up so much stuff.
This AOC and them are like the only ones even semi-entertaining this type of shit. And there are some pundits doing it. Like I mentioned, like I thought it was funny seeing Don Lemon. If you don't know who he was, he got fired from CNN, and now he does now he's just being like very catty. He's being his like middle-aged catty gay self, which I'm here for. Like, shouts out. He gets to take off the
The worst thing about the worst thing about this, like the Democrats that dig in on the news and stuff, like Don Lemon, like when he had Elon Musk on his show, and he's like, people said the N-word like a lot more on the thing, and Elon Musk is like, no, they didn't, and Don Lemon like, yeah, they did, but like, there's ways to shut your opponent up by providing evidence, like just going like, well, that that's your opinion, man, that you don't think that the N-word went up, like I have the facts here. It's like people don't want facts, that they don't want to know that you are inherently right. They want to see it for themselves. They want Elon Musk to have to look at the sheet of like the graph going like this and just seeing like on a new account, like, hey, I started this account 15 minutes ago. Look at all the N-words that have come up on my thing. Go like, what are you doing to this? What do you mean they're being censored? I have it right here, motherfucker. But Democrats never do that. They never will do that.
Well, this is, I guess, the other thing that I mean, I'm curious to hear what you have to say about it too. Like after, great. This is fantastic journalistic work, by the way.
Thank you.
The part of the not danger, but what makes it a little bit of murky waters with like some of this dark woke stuff is as much as I'm supportive of this movement. I mean, we touched on then like how some people are maybe already taking it a little too far. We have to figure out like the tenor of what it all is. But then on the other end of that, I think there's the centrist liberals maybe trying to embrace dark woke or something who are just not going to get the tone either. Who are,
you're these guys.
Right. And that's,
right.
It's, or even worse than that, I shouldn't say not worse, but like on another end of that same kind of, another end of that same coin is a version of it from like centrist that's just like so softball it doesn't even matter.
Right. Yeah.
It's almost like the Republican makeup memes and shit like that. Like
right. Yeah. Where it's like you go on TikTok and you see the Republican makeup is trending, and you're like, oh, cool. Like there's going to be stuff happening, and then you realize, no Republican has responded to this. It's a Democrat circle jerk, and it again has made no effect. And people will comment like, "Oh my god, that one girl was so mad," and then you look
again too. I think that's the problem with this, and this kind of connects to, in a way, it kind of connects to what you're talking about with the Hunter Schafer meme. Is like, it's also, I think, an instinct of some centrist libs to focus on appearance, which I think is the wrong. It's the wrong avenue in multiple respects to focus on that. Just be like, well, you're ugly.
Right. Yeah. Getting into anything that's like, well, all Republicans are fucking stupid and they're ugly and they're inbred and things.
Well, the inbred can be funny sometimes in some context, but
yeah. Well, I mean, they say that.
That's me being a dick. But
then there's all those people in the South that are all of those things. They're dumb, they're ugly, and they're inbred, and they're also trans, and then they get fucking killed and stuff like that. So yeah, it's never good to delve into that, and it just makes stupid infighting happen with people who are not secure with themselves. But I'm gonna end this dark woke thing with some good stuff that I found on Twitter. When a fighter jet crashed into San Diego Harbor, the Dark Woker Aegis said tonight, #Dark Woke crashed another plane, and everyday wokeness is not, if everyday wokeness is not reinstated in this country, people will DEI starting tonight. I'm a gay them of my word. So
nice.
You gotta love the Dark Woker.
Nice.
I thought that this was pretty funny. It's I expose racists and pedos. The DEI Black Hawk pilot Andrew Eves, who crashed into American Airlines, killing 64 people. Of course, it's a white guy, and so they're reversing the DEI. They're saying, "Look at this poor black woman who was killed," and that's where I did find the other meme. So I'm gonna get off of that. So that's my slideshow. I worked so hard on this. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know I was doing something today. You can't rush art. This is fucked up. What the fuck, Hayden? But no, I enjoyed.
It was great work, though. It was great work. Good discussion, and I think you really nailed every facet of what's going on here. Because I was hoping you would get into, the kind of where this could go wrong.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's I like to talk about this early on too. Because
it's funny because before the stream started, and Hayden was telling me I'm gonna give Bong a project, and I did not realize it was for this stream because it was like 5 minutes before the stream started. I thought it was like for next week. I was like, oh, Dark Woke.
Yeah, I looked at the timestamp and it was 10 minutes before the stream is when he sent me the thing, and I saw it 10 minutes after the stream started, which was just hilarious. But no,
that was what's going on in chat actually.
But yeah.
That was a good. I think another fun clip. If you want to stick around just to see this clip, if
Oh yeah, for sure.
Max, if you can pull this up real quick, I want to watch this because I watch a lot of reality TV because the brain rot. But if you can go to YouTube and look up New York Omarosa House of Villains.
Oh, also, Hayden, just in the middle of this, my mom called me. We were having a nice conversation, and she was like, "I watched this movie, a Mexican movie," and I was like, "Oh yeah, which one?" And she was like, "It was nominated for Grammys and it was good." And she was talking about Emilia Perez. Okay,
Yeah.
so now we know who that movie was made for. It's made for 65-year-old people who got nothing,
Yes,
nothing to
go
do in their
on.
house, but they're gonna watch a silly little movie. And she said it was funny. It's like, yeah, I
She
agree.
thought it was funny though. Yeah, it's funny.
I've never been anti Emilia Perez. I think it's always funny because most
I
people.
do think it's without a doubt tonally off. They did not nail what it should be, and I will never not admit that. But also, like I've said, it's about so many things.
The
It's
French
in its
make
own
some
little
weird
league.
fucking movies.
Yeah, exactly. Too. It's made by a fucking French guy, and it has a penis vagina song. I don't know what people expected this movie to be.
French babe.
French people made fucking cuties, being like, this will get them, and it was like,
Well, that was yeah.
There's a few swings and misses here, dog.
The substance fucking slaps.
Yeah,
good stuff.
But,
all right, let's see if
I'll
maybe
let-
it's in clips because I don't know if we have to watch like all of this.
Did you just give me a character name and a TV show?
Yeah, it's gonna come up. I swear to God, like it's the moment from the show. I'm already seeing like clips of it. Okay, click the verses. Right up there was like verses. Oh,
Hear it, because
Is it this?
Yeah.
I need to know. You just said in front of all these people that you did not want my vote.
Since I already said that, Omarosa, may I also say that I find you to be a sucking, guzzling Republican. Oh, yo! And I sleep better at night knowing that you're not in the White House.
Wow.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Nice.
On a dark will coded.
Oh wow, Good Will Hunting. That's a good movie.
Yeah, that was Good Will Hunting.
Is that the whole movie? Or is it...
Yeah, that was the whole movie. They do movies on YouTube now. You watch them with ads.
Yeah, I get sucked in all the time.
If you use
so.
Firefox, you can get something called uBlock Origin. It blocks all ads, and those movies don't have any breaks in them anymore. I've been watching YouTube movies, and it's been one of my best things. Hashtag not sponsored. Hashtag I wish I was.
How would they sponsor you on our stream? Now to the bung sponsorship on the Are
Yeah,
We
it
Woke
could be
It?
like every time you say it, you get paid like 25 cents. I'd be down for that. I'd be telling people about it. I tell people about it freely. I'd take the 25 cents.
What is that video right there, Max? Was that Spider-Man meets the Joker?
Spider-Man meets that Joker.
Why these blockbuster movies were never released in China from Looper. So
Oh boy.
It's a nothing.
Dark woke.
That might be dark woke.
Anyway, I just like that New York calls
backwards.
a cum guzzling Republican cunt.
I shouldn't be yelling. It's 11 o'clock. Whoopsie.
I like that.
But yeah.
So you all right? Wrap the combo up real quick. I'm gonna pee in a minute.
I can play a new game today. I finished playing Dark Souls. I got all the achievements and I'm done.
I gotta learn how to stream video games on Twitch myself too. Not that I want to replace you, but just.
I mean, shit. I'd watch you play that Skyrim mod. I got so mad. I started stamping my feet when you weren't playing it last night. I was like, I want to see it.
It's just a visual. Oh, the skill tree mod.
Yeah, just your playthrough. I like that. Anyway, but yeah, I can start Dark Souls 2. I can play some Haste Broken Worlds. I can play some Halo in the background. That'll get you negative views.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah. I'd say Dark Souls 2 or Haste are your options that are decent.
Can you do can you do can you Can you do Dark Souls 2?
Bro went to the title card. Yeah, for sure.
We don't have an ending card, so I wanted to do it the bit without having the thing.
Do you remember my title and ending? I thought that was so fun. That's one of the favorite things about my old stream is that I had fun with the cards. But yeah, sure. I will start up some Scholar of the First Sin. It'll be a new player. It'll be a new journey. If I can get my controller plugged in time. But yeah.
You should do a gay challenge run where you have to be gay in the game.
Oh, you want to know what's great about Dark Souls 2?
What?
You can trans your gender. There's a mechanic to do that.
Is there a gender stone you bring to the gender?
No, there's a
fountain?
coffin that you go inside of, and then you come out of it the other gender.
It's like what happens in Amelia Perez.
Oh,
yeah, it's awesome. But yeah, so I'm gonna mute up. You know, I might pop in.
Speaking of Amelia Perez, I just want to add one more thing though.
Yeah.
You know how like the actress, like she's now canceled. I mean, I can't believe what an absurd disaster that movie became.
Who? Amelia Perez or like Selena Gomez? Who get canceled?
The actress who plays Amelia Perez, Carla Sofia Gascon. She has like a bunch of old tweets that were very problematic, not dark woke, just dark. And that got her like pretty much canceled, which then added fuel to the fire of like this movie is, you know, whatever.
Right.
But then she got like she had a statement like I won't be attending certain award ceremonies or something. But then this week Netflix was like, whatever, we'll pay for you to go to the Oscars. And so she's still going to be there. Like it's aux sauce at this point.
Right.
What do you say? You didn't see
haters gonna hate. That's
problematic tweet.
If it helps, the most annoying. So I have this Discord of a bunch of people I used to go to school with, but it's also it's my old newspaper. So it always has new people joining in. I got to say, the most annoying person in that Discord was the one to first bring up Amelia Perez. So it's those queers that are on Tumblr and they see something and they go, "What the freak? You can't do that." And then they don't watch it, and then they go, "No, I did watch it." And you're like, "No, you fucking didn't." They're like, "Yeah, I did. I watched the song on YouTube." And I'm like,
yeah,
okay, fucking put a gun in your mouth. Like, have some fucking integrity, all right?
I'm telling you, too, though, the tone is off because it's doing the comedy thing, but then it does try and like have moments of like, this is about something though. That part of the movie it doesn't always work. There's like one scene where I think it really works.
But if you're gonna be so adamant about something is so dog shit, you gotta at least watch it. Like, like.
Max, this is what I'm saying. Give me example. Can we talk about the movie then? That movie's fucking horrible.
Like so there's an extent to it. Like, if you're like, oh, Suicide Squad looks like dog shit. Don't watch it, right? Like, but that's not a hard opinion. But if you're like, Suicide Squad ruined the fucking genre, bro, then you gotta watch it, and then you gotta make an opinion. You gotta form some fucking neural connections. You fucking toad.
Watch the scene where he said, "Ah, yes, penis and vaginas" on YouTube. This is what I'm saying. But I just like that people are watching it and thinking it's not supposed to be funny. But it's like if you watch it, it's pretty clear that it is like humorous. in the context of the movie. One gag, my favorite gag in that movie, I want to point out, because I think this is clearly a bit. It's very clearly a funny bit. There's this whole thing where like Amelia wants to, because she transitions, builds a new life, but then and creates a new identity, but then she wants her children back from when she was like a drug lord or whatever. And it's so ridiculous, but that's why I think it's a fun movie. But they're in like Switzerland, and she brings them back from Switzerland, and it turns out that in Switzerland they started skiing a lot, and so she buys them a skiing like simulator. And so then there's this scene where she's having like a serious conversation with Selena Gomez, but in the background, the people that work in the house are arguing on who gets to use the skiing simulator.
Right.
And it's just like a goofy visual gag that's just goofy. It's clearly a goof happening to just be goofy, and then it's, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's, I'd say Amelia Perez, maybe not dark woke, but maybe there's some dark woke elements where it's like,
I actually think that it is.
You can't joke about this, man. Like, trans people are dying, and it's like, yeah, they are.
Hilarious.
I think where the tone gets really sloppy in the movie, though, is when they
some fucking jokes about it.
Back to Mexico, and Amelia's whole mission when she goes back to Mexico. I mean, this is, who cares? I mean, you watch her, you don't. You probably shouldn't at this point. But like, there's this whole thing where Amelia goes back to Mexico, and then she wants to like make amends for all the people she killed when she was in the cartel. Like, the tone of her trying to like go on that mission, that's a little, you're not killing it, French guy.
Yeah.
But
that was crazy, Max. I saw it on all 4 screens, and it was weird.
Yeah, I like what Deke
I'll turn
said.
off my camera. We can still talk, but I'll turn off my camera so you don't have to fuck around with the.
Mayor Perez is cringe woke with subtle dark woke undertones.
Alt tab.
It's an interesting take.
Sorry, this game's weird.
Mamma mia!
All right, you want to make the all right. Well, we got to get into my my picks. We want to get into, what do we want to? Oh wait, what do we want to do now? Do we want to play? Does Max know people, or do we want to just knock out my Oscar picks? We'll figure this out.
We could do your
my
Oscar picks.
favorite movies.
We could do Oscar picks while Bung is doing Dark Souls. Maybe.
Right.
Yeah. I'll speed this up. We don't need to watch full cutscene.
Just trying to think. So, how do you want to do your Oscar picks?
It's a slideshow.
Oh. This complicates things.
It's in our thing. You just look up
10 faves.
Babe. Yeah. All right, so this is before the Oscars occur. Everybody knows that my opinion is superior to the Oscars. Okay, and I do want to highlight that I'm not the person. I do not want to be the guy that's like, I love Amelia Perez and I want to stick up for Amelia Perez. I said that forever ago. I still think it's a messy movie. I just do not think it is as bad as other people were saying, and I think it got blown out of proportion. Although, since fucking everything else has gone wrong with it, who's to say? But Amelia Perez does not even crack like my top 20. No, I'm not the one. I'm not the guy going, that was my favorite movie of last year. That's not what I'm saying here. Okay.
I figured out how to do it. So we're still in the Dark Souls 2 category, but we've basically got a Subway Surfers thing going on in the corner. And we're just like tiny little ants underneath that.
Nice.
All right, so here's Hayden's picks. 10 faves, 2024, top 10 faves.
Okay, this is my best favorite films of 2024. Let's go.
Okay.
And as we do this, I'll highlight some Oscar picks.
Honorables.
All right, these are some honorable mentions of movies that I really, really liked that didn't quite crack the top 10. And here's what I will say this off top, too. I think 2024 was a really, really good year for movies. There were few that I found really great, but many that I found very good. And Yeah, we'll get into some of them now. So some honorable mentions of movies that I really liked but didn't quite get into my top 10. I really liked A Real Pain. That's the movie that Jesse Eisenberg wrote and directed. I think Kieran Culkin at the Oscars is going to get that Best Supporting Actor nod. Do I think he deserves it? Sorta. I would probably give it to an actor in a film I'll mention later. But I do think at the Oscars, Kieran Culkin's going to get that Best Supporting Actor. I have also here Mild Ass. Funny name, right? Mild Ass. You know.
My old ass.
Yeah, My Old Ass is the name of the movie. And the movie is about a young girl who goes on a mushroom trip, and they like during her summer before college, and somehow it instigates like this time travel-y thing where her 40-year-old self comes back in time to talk to her. And it's just a cute, fun movie about growing up. You know, I'm a sucker for some coming-of-age stuff. It's a cute movie. Next, I have Love Lies Bleeding, which, if we want to talk about queer cinema, pretty top-tier shit here. I thought this movie was fucking awesome. And it's a movie where Kristen Stewart falls in love with this bodybuilder chick, and it starts out like it's just kind of like this murky, like weird, dark love story about this bodybuilder thing, but then it becomes like a crime film. It's pretty interesting. I think the more I think about it, I like it more, and I definitely got to rewatch it. But Love Lies Bleeding, really good movie if you haven't seen it. If you're into queer cinema, then that was the Theater Gooner movie. I don't know. Relax.
Mamma mia!
I have Wicked here just because I really respect like what Wicked did, although I think it's overblown. I also think like the super fans of Wicked are just really fucking annoying. They already have been just like blowing up I'm in like corny fucking movie cinephile people like discords and shit, and they're already blowing this shit up with like Ariana deserved to win at the BAFTAs. Cynthia Erivo deserved this. It's like, no, they didn't. It's Wicked. I mean, it's good, but get the fuck over yourself. So look, it was fun. I think we talked about it when we went over Wicked, that like I literally don't like the musical. I think the concept of it's kind of just Joker for girls, and it's kind of just stupid, and kind of betrays the original concept of Wicked in many ways. But I mean, of Wizard of Oz or in the Oz world. But as a movie, it's very, very well made. I thought there was some beautiful imagery, great performances. There's like the dance scene that's just extremely good, and everyone came to play, even if it wasn't really my thing. Next, I got Vaccine, the third movie in the X trilogy. It's probably my least favorite, but I think the trilogy in general is badass. Pearl was the last movie. It was one of my favorite movies of all time. I really fucking glazed to that movie, so. Maxine didn't quite live up to that, but it's a very good little slasher movie. Next, I have his Three Daughters. It's on Netflix. It's definitely worth a watch, but it is quite depressing. It's about three semi-estranged sisters who reunite in a New York apartment, and the week their dad is dying. Hospice. It's very good. Next is Honora. Honora, I think the lead actress of that movie has a decent shot of getting Best Actress. I think that ultimately it's going to be Demi Moore, but she has a decent shot. And look, Honora was a movie I didn't love as much as other people seem to. People really fucking glaze this movie, like really fucking love it. I don't know. I liked it a lot. I just didn't like it as much as other people. I think there are things in the story itself that I felt personally were, I don't want to say problematic, but had me questioning how the writer-director really views the character of the protagonist. I don't know. I felt a little weird about some of the way the story plays out. Still a very well-made movie, though. Still a good movie. Next, The Apprentice. I talked about it earlier. It's the movie about Trump in the 80s. Kind of obvious stuff, but like the first half of it is shot on the standard, and then the second half of the movie is all shot like on video, and it has this like weird look to it. This 80s video look that's pretty interesting. But yeah, I mean, Sebastian Stan, some of these Marvel guys, I do feel bad. I do get what they're saying. There's this iconic thing with Anthony Mackie, who plays Captain America, where he was in a press conference and he talks about nobody really cares about movies anymore. Nobody cares about a movie star. They go to see Superman. They go to see an X-Men movie. People don't really want to see movies at theaters anymore. It is what it is. I think Sebastian Stan is an interesting example of this because he is an excellent actor. He gave 2 amazing performances last year, and this in a movie called A Different Man, which is also pretty good, but didn't quite crack my list. But he is excellent in The Apprentice, and it's chilling how he almost kind of makes you don't root for him because it's fucking Trump, but like his performance is so good in the first half where it's like earlier when I was comparing it to this like Anakin story. It's this guy, you root for this guy who wants to be better, and he's kind of wooed to the dark side, and embracing it becomes even darker than the person who took him there. It's a really excellent performance. It's not shticky. He doesn't quite do a voice, but he gets all the mannerisms and the face and everything. He's just really good. And finally, I have a movie called Problemista. Problemista is very good. Made by a guy named Julio Torres. It's got Tilda Swinton in it. It's about it's an immigrant story, but it's like a surrealist comedy, and it's an immigrant who's there studying, and he's trying to extend his stay, but he can't figure out how. And the immigration, it's about also like how the immigration system in America is already so complex. And through all this system of trying to get citizenship, he also finds himself working for the eccentric widow of an artist. Interesting movie. Anyway, there you go. Honorables. I recommend all these movies if you paid attention to that at all or care. If anything sounded intriguing to you, go seek it out. All these movies are streaming. Top 10.
Been wanting to see My Old Ass and Love Lies Bleeding, but I have not yet. At the very least.
My Old Ass is on Prime. Love Lies Bleeding is on Max. And you know where to find them if you don't have them.
I am Max. While you're doing that, Deke sent me a photo. It's I can't show it, but it's someone tweeting, went to go see Love Lies Bleeding, and this drunk guy jacked himself off to sleep, and it's just a photo of a guy.
I don't think what's funny about that though is like I don't think the movie is I mean there's definitely there are sex scenes in it, but I didn't find it arousing. I mean, I don't know. It's not like
very romantic.
I guess, yeah.
All right. Here we go. Number 10. Rap World.
Yeah, all right. This fucking movie, please watch this movie. It's free on YouTube. It's barely over an hour. It's so fucking funny. And it's goated. I'm definitely going to be this movie will be a rotation movie. Rap World. It's written and co-directed by Conor O'Malley, who's the lead in the movie. He makes a lot of like wacky, surrealist comedy kind of shit. And this though is a period piece. It's set in I think it's like 2007 or something. It's supposed to be, and it's a found footage movie of 3 dudes living in Tobiana, Pennsylvania, and they're filming themselves recording a rap album on a laptop and then consistently being distracted. It's very, very, very funny. It's free on YouTube. It's just you just gotta watch it. There's nothing, words can't do it justice. And either you fuck with it or you don't. Comedy is subjective. I thought this movie was fucking hilarious, and I thought it was pretty impressive that they were able to just throw this movie together. And yeah, it's free on YouTube. You can look it up.
Okay.
Yeah, anything with Conor O'Malley is just fucking amazing.
He is goated. He is goated, and I'm telling you,
he's directed. They're just fucking great.
Have you seen this?
No, but I'm a big truth hunter, and You know, I
Fuck
I
yeah.
love I love the positivity army, and when he was in Palm Springs, I jumped up and started clapping, and yeah, it was great.
For sure, dude. Fucking Connor's that boy. And yeah, if you should definitely watch this movie. It's on YouTube. All right.
Okay.
So
Nosferatu number 9.
number 9, you know, I had to just fucking do it to him, crazy style spin on that thing, you know, whatever. I mean, it's Nosferatu. I don't know what to tell you. I wish this movie was higher up. I talked about how this movie is still like fucking goated because it is what it is, but also like it's just Dracula. I mean, he just you know, Robert Eggers just does Dracula, which is fine, and because he does it well, everything looks really great. Performances are cool, and it's eerie, and obviously Count Orlok in this movie has become iconic. And you will spit on that thing, you know. I mean, come on. So Nosferatu, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I just love Eggers.
Yeah.
All right, go.
Number 8, Conclave.
Yeah. So this is. I would say this is. I think I said I think it's either going to be this or Nora, maybe the Brutalist, but this is probably number 1 for me in terms of what's going to win. It's excellent. It's just a really good, like, it's one of those just pulpy. It's like an airport novel on film, and it's just a good watch. It's directed by Edward Berger. He kills it. The visuals are really like eye popping, and it's just an intriguing little light thriller. You know, nothing crazy's happening, but it's still keeping you on the edge of your seat, and you're very invested. And just kind of soapy. Good movie, and does have something to say about faith as an institution, the parallels between our religious institutions and our political institutions, and things like that. So, good movie.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to see this one too. Late Night with the Devil at number 7.
You saw this one.
I did see this one. This one's pretty good.
Maybe you didn't like it as much as I did, but obviously, I very much. I loved this movie. I think I'm looking forward to this Halloween when I watch it again. I didn't feel ready to watch it again last Halloween because it came out. When was it? It was that summer, right? Last summer.
Something like that.
So it was a little too, I wasn't ready. But this Halloween, I'm definitely going to watch it again. It's just so up my alley. This is the type of shit that, like, if you know anything about me, or if you've listened to my audio drama or read my book or anything, you know, this is the type of shit that I play with, you know, supernatural horror comedy satire shit. This is very much just up my alley. I had a lot of fun with it. I thought it was very well made, and David Dastmalchian in the lead performance he just crushed it. I loved the turn it takes in the last 10 minutes. I thought that was extremely well done. Definitely just left an impression on me. I've thought about it many times since I've seen it.
Agreed. Good movie. Okay, number 6, The People's Joker.
For real. Once again, I've this is like the 3rd or 4th time that I've shouted this movie out on the stream. It's just really good. People should watch this movie. Obviously, as a Batman fan, like, I have a way into this that is, you know, I really appreciate in terms of what's going on. But this movie is visually like watching a collage. It's not. There is something like early Lynchian about it, like Eraserhead, even before Eraserhead, like his short films and stuff. It's like moving painting, like, you know, it's not like a standard visual type of film you would always normally see. To some people that might be deterring, I would say you just gotta rock with it. Like, if you rock with it, there's so much to enjoy here because the actual screenplay is very strong. Solid 3 acts. My favorite Joker movie, definitely. I think it's better than Joker. It definitely was the best Joker movie of last year. Napoleon do.
That's quite.
But the whole thing, you know, it just turns into not even a trans allegory, but a trans story. It imagines Joker and Harley Quinn as like the same person,
Mm.
and actually pulls from the comics a lot. Like this is more comic accurate than fucking any Nolan movie even. Like there's a lot in here. It's just very well done, and the writer director star Vera Drew, she's clearly just like a visionary, and this is one of those that I really feel like her next film is going to cook, and it's going to be like one of those that gets very talked about. I got to see her do a Q&A in New York, and where she was drunk, and it was very fun and funny. And yeah, this movie it's excellent. And there was another film last year that this movie's getting brought up with in conversation unfavorably, which I find it interesting because the Gotham Awards seem to agree with my opinion that this is the superior film. If you want to pit them against each other, I found there's no reason to pit them against each other outside of the obvious thing. But the Gotham Awards gave an award to Vera Drew for The People's Joker, but there was another film last year that was also like an experimental film about the trans experience. I saw The TV Glow. That movie lost me. I did not like the third act of that movie. I thought I found it frustrating, and I understand the intent of the director and what he was doing with it, but you said I did not enjoy it either. Yeah, man, I really wish I did. And I find James Schunbrunn to be a very, very talented director visually too. Like there's visual stuff in there I love, which made it all the more frustrating. Where by the end of it, I was like, this is the story you wanted to tell. This is what you're doing with all these rich concepts that you're introducing us to. I found the movie very droll, very frustrating. But yeah, I saw The TV Glow gets brought up a lot in conversation with The People's Joker, as though people prefer. I saw The TV Glow. I much prefer The People's Joker. I think it's the superior film in many ways, and I would definitely recommend, for the third or fourth time I've mentioned this movie on this stream, seeking it out, because you can find it online. It's on VOD. It's all over the place. It might be on Mubi. I don't know, but number 6, excellent.
Can only go up from here. What is next? Lisa Frankenstein.
Okay, now listen.
Zelda Williams.
Yeah, Robin Williams' daughter, her feature directorial debut.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those movies where it's like, I can't really sell it because clearly it got a very divisive reaction. I loved it. Clearly, it's my number 5 from last year. Another movie. I've seen this one twice. I think it's fucking awesome. I think it's hilarious, fun. I love the visual component to it all. It was written by Diablo Cody, who did Jennifer's Body, and she won an Oscar for Juno. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's one of those movies where it's like I fuck with it very heavily. There are a lot of people who seem to not really, but from what I can discern online, it's one of those movies where it's like either you fucking loved it or you just didn't.
Okay.
But yeah, I liked it a lot. It's like a teen rom-com retelling of the Frankenstein story. Just totally hit on everything for me. Set in the 80s. Very like the dialogue I just loved. It's very like catty and harsh dialogue. It's loved it. Anyway.
Okay. Number 4 is Sing Sing from Greg Quidar.
Oh, I wish that Crazy Eyes Clarence Macklin, got the Best Supporting Actor nomination. He did not. If it was up to me, he would win. He's the guy in the green in this image.
Mm-hmm.
The premise of this film is it's a true true story, which those movies rarely work for me. I am one of the I'm the type of person that when we were talking about Star Wars, like I much prefer putting real life themes and story into a fantastical narrative. Generally, this movie though hit for me. Another one, I've seen it twice. I really, really love it. You can watch it on Apple, but the premise of the film is about prisoners at Sing Sing who join like a drama club, and their experiences through acting in and even sometimes writing and collaborating on these plays and showcases. The performances are excellent, and a large portion of the cast are actual inmates who went through this program.
Oh, wow.
So Clarence Backlund plays himself in this movie. The way it's shot, it makes the way it's shot too like really interesting, because it's almost shot like a documentary, but the shots are excellent, and then it's telling this like real story, but it's dramatizing it. It's like if you were watching a documentary, but it was all the cutscenes, but they were really good, like really well acted. And I found it extremely moving. And without giving too much away, or without getting too raw about it, like Max is aware of this. I'm pretty open about it too. I have family members who were in prison, and there was just something extremely moving to me about the way this was able to capture like how really horrific the prison system is, but then also how wonderful art is, and how it truly can change people's entire perspectives on life and the way they perceive themselves. Even I just think it's a really incredible, beautiful film, and should have gotten a little more attention. I think it's A24, and I think they fumbled the bag because they focused a lot on The Brutalist and other film, but this is like deserved way more love and attention. I really hope it gets it. I hope they do like a Criterion release or something, and there are like people a few years from now who come back to it and watch it again. And it's really an excellent movie.
It'd be cool. Number 3, humanist vampire seeking consenting suicidal person.
This is a French-Canadian movie. It is another coming-of-age movie, obviously, but it's vampires. I don't know what else to say. I feel like the title kind of sells it. It's number 3 for me. Obviously, your boy just fucked with it heavy. It's got a fucking excellent soundtrack. It's just one of those that's just so exactly my cup of tea, too. It's everything I love. It's horror, satire, coming of age,
vampire, suicide.
Yeah, about suicide, about wanting to fix yourself.
Consent.
Yeah. So, yeah, this movie just really did it for me. I thought the world building with the vampires and stuff too was a lot of fun, especially when in a time where I think a lot of that's very tired, especially in like a post What We Do in the Shadows world where like that show's already taken the piss out of like every trope.
Mm-hmm.
This has a fun perspective on it and way into it, and very underrated. It's on Mubi. I recommend Humanist Vampire Seeking Suicidal. Yeah, consenting suicidal person. Yeah. High recommend.
HVSCSP.
Yeah.
HVSCSP. Okay. At number 2, we have the first GIF. We have The Substance.
Oh yeah. Yeah, The Substance is fucking awesome.
Stimming.
So yeah,
Stimming.
Again, in terms of predictions, Demi Moore, Best Actress, she's probably got this shit on lock. I think it's pretty awesome that as much as I think the Oscars fucking fumbled the bag in terms of nominations this year, there were a bunch of snubs, some unbelievable snubs. I do think it's interesting that this award season, The Substance got as much love as it did, considering it is a very gruesome body horror movie. It's obviously, I think it's an excellent one because it's number 2. It's another one I've seen. I think I've seen this one 3 times actually. I watched it thrice. Yeah, this movie's fucking sick. Literally, like disgusting sick, and it's. I would assume people know about it, but if you do, I mean, briefly, it's about a older actress who is replaced, or who was fired from her. She's kind of washed up. She was an Oscar winner. Now she does like a daytime workout show, like Pilates show. And after years of doing it, she gets let go. She has no family. She's given her whole life to her career, which seems to be fading, and that leads her to make the decision to accept a wild proposal that's given to her, that shows up at her doorstep in a way of taking a substance which allows her to split into 2 people. Not like Jekyll and Hyde, like she's the same person that becomes young, like she transforms, but literally out of her back merges another person with her consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And the rules of it is there's 7 days on, 7 days off. You have to be yourself for 7 days, and then the other 7 days it's the more perfect you, the younger you, more beautiful, better, whatever. Fucking cool movie. The music bangs. The last act is so vile and awesome, and like the most blood that's been in a movie in a long time for sure. So,
nice. I like
there
blood.
you go, Substance. Me too.
I like Kill Bill. Number 1, tennis.
Oh yeah. Listen, man. If you didn't get it, you didn't get it. All right, I don't have to explain it to you. All right.
I get it. Tennis.
Challengers is that fucking movie, dog. I've seen it 3 times. Listen, dude, it's a vibe. It's excellent. The way it's written is excellent, and the person who wrote this movie, okay, and this is another movie though where I feel like there's some people who watched it like it wasn't a comedy, because it is a fucking comedy. It's just not like starring Will Ferrell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sending you right now an iconic clip, and this clip is a clip created by the screenwriter of this movie. Oh, Jesus. Fuck.
Are you sending it?
I guess I'll try Discord.
That would be ideal.
Okay. Sending it now.
Okay.
Sending it right now. Boom.
I received it right when you said right now. I'm receiving.
I know you're receiving.
Hello, potion seller. I am going into battle, and I want your strongest potions. My potions are too strong for you, traveler. Potion seller, I tell you I'm going into battle, and I want only your strongest potions. You can't handle my potions. They're too strong for you. Potion seller, listen to me. I want only your strongest potions. My potions would kill you, traveler. You cannot handle my potions. Potion seller, enough of these games. I'm going into battle, and I need your strongest potions. My strongest potions will kill you, traveler. You can't handle my strongest potions. You better go to a cellar that sells weaker potions. Potion seller, I'm telling you right now, I'm going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. You don't know what you ask, traveler. My strongest potions will kill a dragon, let alone a man. You need a seller that sells weaker potions, because my potions are too strong. Potion seller, I'm telling you I need your strongest potions. I'm going into battle. I'm going to battle and I need your strongest potions. You can't handle my strongest potions. No one can. My strongest potions are fit for a beast, let alone a man. Potion seller, what do I have to tell you to get your potions? Why won't you trust me with your strongest potions, potion seller? I need them if I'm to be successful in the battle. I can't give you my strongest potions because my strongest potions are only for the strongest beings and you are of the weakest. Well, then that's it, potion seller. I'll go elsewhere. I'll go elsewhere for my potions. That's what you'd better do. I'll go elsewhere for my potions and I'll never come back. Good. You're not welcome here. My potions are only for the strongest and you're clearly not of the strongest. You're clearly the weakest. You've had your say, potion seller, but I'll have mine. You're a rascal. You're a rascal with no respect for knights. No respect for anything except your potions. Why respect knights when my potions can do anything that you can?
Damn.
Anyway, that was 12 milli views. Yeah, there you go. 13 years ago. This was a.
So he wrote the Challengers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I love that.
So that was a pretty iconic clip when I was like, I don't know, sophomore or something.
That was funny. I was laughing.
But yeah, he used to do those little bits, but
You never seen
yes,
that before, Max?
No.
Wow.
Yeah, I was.
That's like iconic. That's like, that's going to be in the YouTube compilation when it dies. They're going to be like one of the OGs.
It's going to be all K-pop.
It's going to be up there with Go Bois.
Yeah, that's hot. Marcus Brownlee, YouTube.
Exactly.
Go back to your Challengers. Rewind.
Anyway, that man wrote this movie. Okay, some people feel like didn't get the tone. Some really did, though. I gotta shouts out the Letterboxd. That community that really rode with this movie with me, because I'm saying this is one of my favorite movies of all time. Challengers is a fucking banger. And it's the screenplay, it's the dialogue, it's the story, it's what the story's trying to say about interpersonal relationships, validation through your craft, how that's dangerous, and also like how we corrupt the people closest to us in pursuit of greatness and all this kind of stuff, all these sorts of themes. But also, it's funny as shit, and it's got a fucking sexy soundtrack. The music in this movie is so fucking good. And that was one of the biggest flops. The fact that this movie didn't get nominated at the I think maybe it got one nomination for some random shit. But the fact that this is my number one, this did not get anything. This movie got snubbed at the Oscars. Total outrageousness.
Yeah.
This movie is fucking excellent. It's so good. Like I said, I've seen it 3 times now. Talking about it again and watching this GIF multiple times, and then having just watched Potion Seller, I want to watch this movie again. I want to watch it right now. I fucking love this movie. And again, that soundtrack, it's Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. It's a fucking like crazy, funky, groovy EDM soundtrack that just goes ballistic. And again, as a fellow varsity tennis player, Max, there is no movie that has ever captured tennis better than Challengers.
Yes.
On a filmmaking level, it's fucking crazy. There's so much going on with the way they capture the game. This little clip included, and the context of this scene too, when he's catching the tennis ball, it's because it goes like, the music is like, and then he catches it, and then it's like, I mean, oh my god, dude, this movie is so good. So number one, fucking Challengers. If you didn't like it, got bad taste. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did we talk about it last week, or was I just talking about this with someone else, or was this content that I consumed? The difference between Tom Holland and the difference between Tom Holland and Zendaya, like when they diverted from Spider-Man.
Oh yeah,
it's like Tom Holland is like.
We might have talked about that, but I mean,
a
I've
bunch of
definitely thought about
shitty movies, and then
Yeah.
Zendaya's like, what if I'm in every good movie? What if I'm in every Oscar-nominated movie?
Yes.
What if I'm rich for the next 10 years?
This movie got snubbed. This movie was nominated for several Golden Globes and won the Best Score Golden Globe and didn't even get nominated at the Oscars. That is so absurd. It's a snub. Somebody fucking hates Luca Guadagnino. Again, though, the team that are going to come back and do Sergeant Rock, I'm pretty sure he's coming back too. I think Justin's going to write Sergeant Rock, but I don't know if that's confirmed. Him and Luca.
I need your strongest rocks. You can't handle my strongest rocks, Sergeant.
Just what a fucking banger, dude. God, that got me pumped up. I want to watch Challengers now, dude. Bug. Throw it up. Stream it. Stream it, dude.
I can't. There's no Challengers category.
Off,
We're in Dark Souls 2 right now.
We're streaming Challengers.
Gosh. Oshkosh bagosh. What a good list. Good job with that.
I know, dude. I just have fucking really good taste. It's crazy as shit. Really nuts.
You really do have nuts taste. You taste nuts.
I'm burdened with it.
Nut.
You're Bert. I'm Nut.
That's yeah.
I don't know. You said Bert for a second. I just went with that. I didn't actually think about it.
Well, I'm like it. I mean, that's kind of.
Don't get too caught up on it.
Okay. Well, don't attack me.
Well, don't think too hard about something that's nothing. Or is my Bert and Ernie a commentary on the... I can't even make the fucking joke. Alright, do I want to do I Know People?
Was anyone here? We're going to play that. I mean, it feels like...
We don't have to do it this time if you don't want. We could do it next time.
Save it, I guess. We'll save it. I guess we'll save it for next week. I feel like it was a jam-packed show. I mean, what are you gonna do?
I've been pretty tired all day today.
I hear. I mean,
Deke is here. Deke, you gonna die within the next week, and are you gonna be here next Tuesday?
Yeah, answer.
Did you die already? I'll be here? Okay.
Well,
I'll just call your name and then you'll be here.
I'll call your name. Well, let's
true.
We watch a little Wang Wang too. I mean, I feel like we're at 3:45. You know, we always got to get 420.
We could get to 420. We could just fucking chit chat.
Yeah.
That stuff. There was something else I wanted to bring up. I forgot, so not much of a point bringing it up. I don't even remember the subject at all. I just remember there's one thing.
I was thinking about this when you know how they say animals when they sleep they dream of their owner. They do have dreams, but that's usually just about their owner because it's the only thing they have.
I was thinking about this today too. Like my cats probably have dreams just about inside my house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but go ahead.
But usually then it's about the faces or something. I don't know. There's science behind this that like this is a thing that like animals they just dream about the faces of the human that they see. But then it's like that is what the and when they have nightmares, it's usually just something disturbing with the owner or something. There's some disturbing image or something. But I wonder if like when they dream of the owner, if they dream of the owner talking, and it just sounds like like what a foreign person think Americans talk like or whatever, like.
Or if there's like actual language in there.
It's just like
yeah,
sounds and R's and like is that what it is?
That is a good question. I think you could ask just someone who doesn't speak English that has had dreams of people speaking English. Actually, no, that'd be difficult because they know what language is, right?
Yeah.
You'd have to get like someone who is isolated from society and then teach them like language and then ask them what their dreams were like before they learned language. But I don't think we've ever done that. We could do that unethically. Like, we just keep someone in a room for 20 years and then let them out. Let them dream and experience stuff for a year and then teach them English.
I was kind of like that. I watched this documentary about this Japanese show where they had this guy who was in a room for like 2 years, and it was like a reality show, but like the whole thing was about how this actually really fucked this guy up, and it was like morally horrific.
Sounds familiar. Wasn't it
This
a show
guy
that
was-
they didn't give him anything in the end?
Sort of. The whole thing was they didn't give him anything to begin with. It was like they put him in a room naked, and he's got a camera on him, and then all he has is like coupon books and a phone, and I'm like envelopes and shit. So he can like sign up for sweepstakes and giveaways. And call about whatever, and then he has to like rely on that for anything, food, clothing, whatever. And it's if he can through sweepstakes earn like the equivalency of like $1,000 or something, and he wins the game.
Why do you have to be
But
naked?
it took him way longer to do it than anybody anticipated, but they just rocked with it. And then once he finally did it, they put him in a car like he's going somewhere and took him to another room. And then they were like, look, you could leave right now, but then it was like psychological manipulation of this guy who like hasn't seen or spoken to a human in like a year. They were like, you could leave right now, but then you basically just be like a fucking pussy and your country would hate you. So you could leave now, or you could like keep going and get the another 1,000 or whatever.
Because if you $1,000 this year.
it was like it's really fucked up shit.
This rate you can
Chad, know what
retire
I'm
when you're
talking about?
300.
I'm gonna look up this. I gotta look this up.
Bung, I think you gotta jump off to the left.
The contestant. The show was called Susunu Denpa Shonen.
Okay.
They had him in here. He's 1998 to 2002.
They've been for 4 years.
I gotta look at this shit again. It's really fucking crazy.
Made $4
Yeah,
grand.
the documentary is called The Contestant.
That's crazy. I'd probably do it.
He was challenged to stay alone unclothed in an apartment. He was challenged to enter mail-in sweepstakes until he won about 8,000 American dollars total. He started with nothing, including no clothes, was cut out from outside communication. Yeah.
I could probably do it quicker than him.
During the show, his diaries on his experience of being locked away from the outside world became a bestseller. It's really fucking crazy shit.
Are you lucky when it comes to giveaways or sweepstakes?
No.
I'm pretty lucky.
No, I think I've won one in my whole life. I can't even remember what the fuck it was. Something stupid. It was literally something fucking dumb. That's why I can't remember. Yeah. Well, this is the thing with this guy though. It's like he won, and he was like at some point like all he won was like cat food or something, and then all he could eat was cat food.
Oh yeah.
For like a bunch of time. Like it's fucked up.
It's gross. I won 2 things. The most recent thing I've won, at least 2 things I can remember. I feel like I've won other raffles and shit, but the most recent one I remember, Bung knows about it. It was a Rooster Teeth or Achievement Hunter or something was doing a partnership with when Halo Infinite was coming out, and I think they're doing like a partnership with I don't know if it was with Mega Bloks or with Samsung or something. But I won a little Mega Bloks Halo Infinite kit, and it was like the worst one that they were giving away. It was like this very uniconic, like just structure in Halo Infinite, and it was so dumb. It's like a giant, just like a big railgun basically, but it just looks stupid. I just don't even like the aesthetic of the whole game, but I won it, and then the best part was Michael from Achievement Hunter said, Max Pasta, and then I was like, whoa. So that's pretty cool. And then the other thing I won, you've seen it, you've touched it, is my Batman blanket. I won that in a raffle.
I mean, that's
still on my bed right
kind
now.
of unremarkable.
What do you mean?
It's a bad. What's in it? You're talking about the Batman blanket that's like this big, and it just has Batman on it.
It's like a normal sized blanket.
I mean, I guess like good for you. I mean, I would want it. Like I like Batman, and I would want the blanket.
Yeah, that's why I left it at your fucking house for like 3 years. He lived with my brother.
Yeah.
In the beyond room. Here, I'll make it the screen big.
Oh, I mean, I personally was using this blanket. I would use this blanket. I would nap with this blanket.
Yes.
It's cool, yeah. I just think it's funny that it's like it's a feather in your cap, like, you know. I won. It was a sweepstakes. I won it. Like, you must be like, oh, I won a sweepstakes. I got to, you know, go on a cruise with Zach and Cody.
I don't think anyone won that.
Yeah, I know.
It's not real. I got to cruise on Zach and Cody. That's right. I was 8, they were 11, and they let me cruise on them.
We watched the clip
Animals.
of Trump talking about the gold card because we really just didn't really talk about it, but like it's very funny.
Yeah, I guess. Gold card.
It's gonna be really good. Get a gold card. It's gonna be great. It costs $5 million. Makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
All right.
Put us in this. Here we go.
We're going to be doing something else that's going to be very, very good. We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card. This is a gold card. We're going to be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's going to give you green card privileges plus. It's going to be a route to citizenship. And wealthy people.
I like how he's like green card privileges
plus.
plus. Like it's a subscription service. Like it's.
Yeah.
It's green card privileges plus.
Really rolls off the
tongue. They'll be wealthy.
It's pretty awesome.
And they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful. Never been done before or anything like this, but it's something that we're going to be putting out over the next, would you say 2 weeks, Howard? Do you want to say a couple of words about it?
Sure. Mr. President, are there any requirements for that gold
Hang on a
card?
second.
Do you have to invest a certain amount of money in this country in order to qualify for that gold card?
Yeah, exactly.
So the EB-5 program was really, you lend some money, but it was full of nonsense, make-believe.
I love RFK standing right beside it, like on.
Yeah.
That was low priced. So the president said, rather than having this sort of ridiculous EB-5 program, we're going to end the EB-5 program. We're going to replace it with the Trump Gold Card, which is really a green card gold. So they'll be able to pay $5 million to the U.S. government. They'll have to go through vetting, of course. We're going to make sure they're wonderful, world-class global citizens. They can come to America. The president can give them a green card, and they can invest in America, and we can use that money to reduce our deficit. Why do we give out lotteries of green cards? Why do we give out EB-5 for green cards? The President of the United States understands that the right answer is, why don't we eliminate the deficit of the United States of America instead?
The gold card, well, millions, but the gold card will bring in with it people that create jobs, very high-level people. I think companies will pay to get people in. For instance, you today graduate from the Wharton School of Finance or Harvard or
It'll bring in women.
Stanford or any college, and nobody knows if you can even go to work for a company. So Apple and all these companies that want to get people to be working for them will be able to buy a card, and if for the people that are number one in their class at top schools, I see that as one of the things. But generally speaking, it'll be people with money and people that create jobs, and they won't have to pay any tax on income outside of the United States, which they're not paying right now. They're not citizens, but they'll have to pay if they create jobs in the United States. They'll pay full taxes like everybody else. So you're getting big taxpayers, big job producers, and we'll be able to sell maybe 1 million of these cards, maybe more than that. And if you add up the numbers, they're pretty good. As an example, 1 million cards would be worth $5 trillion. $5 trillion.
Wow.
And if you sell 10 million of the cards, that's a total of $50 trillion. Well, we have 35 trillion in debt. That'd be nice. So we'll see. But it could be great. Maybe it will be fantastic. We have it all worked out from the legal standpoint. It's totally legal to do. Hasn't been done before. It's been done in many different forms. We give them away. Why should we give them away? We shouldn't give them away.
Could be, maybe.
And
could be, maybe,
I think
probably.
it's something very exciting.
Fantastic. Probably, really. Great, actually. Really, probably. Potentially.
It could be good. It could be fantastic. Do I have to watch the end? No. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Joe Ronnie bought one. You're gonna just for shits and gigs. Why don't you just buy one for shits and gigs? Can you pull up the image? I think I saw an image of what it's gonna look like.
I'm not sure why anyone would get one.
It's literally like it looks like a credit card.
Okay. That's
But it's like, as far as what I saw, it could have been.
I'm seeing American Express. They're not gonna have concept art for the gold card yet. They probably barely shit out the fucking idea. But
Dude.
Yeah, I don't really get
Donald Trump.
why someone would buy this.
I want the gold card.
He gave an example
I
of
did
like,
in my monologue, dude. Prince Andrew.
he gave the example of like Apple or a big company buying someone from a top school.
He goes,
like not
women.
American.
I just like many great people. Women.
Yeah.
Women. What?
Like,
what multi-millionaire woman from another country is like, let me buy a gold card?
And he was saying if these people with the gold card make jobs outside of the US, they wouldn't have to pay tax. But if they make jobs in the US, they'd have to pay income tax. And I don't understand what he's trying to say. If you make jobs, what does that have to do with income tax?
He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, dude. It's like that when somebody standing there.
Perfectly legal. No one's ever done it.
One of the people in the press who's standing there before he pivots over to the dude heading this little op. The person asks him a question about like I forgot what the question even is because it's like he doesn't even know. Like, Trump's not even listening. He's just like, well, I'm gonna know. Let this guy talk because he's just doing what they're. He has dumbass ideas. He kind of tells these people to sort of do it. They figure it out. He doesn't know what it is. You know, it's like, oh my god. But it's the moment somebody asks him something and he's like, what? Like, what is this? So,
couple million.
Are there going to be, like, how is it going to be easy to get this card? You just have to pay the money? It's like some question like that. And he's just like, yeah, okay. Like, yeah, sure. Oh my god, dude.
Says it's never been done before. In what respect are we saying that it's never been done? Like, you've never had to pay money to get citizenship in the U.S. It's never been easy, and you had to pay money to get citizenship in the U.S.
The 5 milli too is just conceptually this is just some really wild shit. It was $5 million. But he's like, it's like green card plus.
Invest $5 million into the U.S. and then make jobs in the U.S. too, and give us taxes on that. What incentive is this?
Yeah.
What is the advantage of making jobs in the U.S. when you could just not do it and then keep your $5 million for one individual? Like,
I mean, I think there's going to be a bunch of fucking schmecks, traffickers and shit, buying cards and fucking posting up. I mean, there's going to be a lot of Diddy parties, the Diddy parties. I think it's counterproductive. Because here's the whole thing, too. It's like he's always... Obviously, like, the language he uses is inherently classist without people necessarily registering it, but it is. And it's like, you know, he talks about these poor criminal Mexicans and poor criminal immigrants in this country. It's like, the fucking people with money are the dangerous people. They're the reason people are leaving their own. Like, what are you talking about? You invite this kind of concept, this is when you're going to get some fucking Saudi prince buying a $5 million Trump gold card and fucking having Diddy parties, dude. Fucking...
Mamma mia!
Bro, dude.
And, like, it's none of... I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to just be like, yeah, you can pay us money and then you get citizenship and all the benefits that come with citizenship, and those benefits include all of the things we're cutting right now, and the benefits are just like, loopholes for billionaires that they're creating. It's like the benefits is stock
I mean, we've
buybacks
already
and
seen that that's what's happening. The complete delusion. I mean, this is the other thing. Like we all know this is what's going on. Of the MAGA delusion exposing itself more and more. There's this internet stuff about they're finally realizing it, but they're not going to get anyone to help them. Like they're not realizing it. I mean, you have these videos of like, federal workers who were Trumpers being fired and stuff, and they're still just on some shit of like, why has this happened to me? President Trump, please help me. You're the person who's going to help me. When it's like he fired your ass, you fucking dumb bitch. Talk woke. But it's like, but they're still in the illusion of like, but no, it's not right. A mistake was made. You can save me. Like, no, dude.
that's where dark woke has to come in. I could see maybe a couple hundred people getting this card worldwide. Just because I did the math before the show, and it was like, if you wanted to get a trillion, if you wanted to get $1 trillion from this, you'd need to get half of the people with a net worth above $10 million in the whole world to buy one of these cards. Because there's only 400,000 or whatever, is what Google told me. People with a net worth of over 10 million, which is who I would assume might fit into this. Like, just barely squeak by if they really want to. Because it's not like a net worth means you have a liquid $5 million to spend.
Then going to be some like economically.
What is the point? There's no incentive at all.
So all of these multi-millionaires are just going to buy a $5 million car to get it. What?
Just tax rich people. Like, effectively.
No, it's crazy.
This is like a weird workaround to not do that.
Get rich people from other countries to come here and then tax them.
Yeah, and then they don't have to pay taxes anymore. I guess it could be that's the incentive. It's that $5 million deposit, and then you never pay taxes again. And you get to live in the U.S. with U.S. citizenship. And some benefits that come with that. So if that fits, if that's you, go for it, I guess.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we're going to see at least one.
Yeah, that's why I said a few hundred people are going to do this.
I think we're going to see at least one, like, prominent guy, I guess is what I'm saying. Like, somebody who does it and then is, like, all over the internet with it.
Yeah, it's going to be like, no, I can't even think of somebody.
But... I got the $5 million Trump card. I'm fucking buzzing. It's Prince Andrew. I'm fucking buzzing, mate. I got myself a castle in Maine.
It's mad.
I'm gonna have so many day parties. It's gonna be fucking mad.
So many day parties.
I'm gonna have a fucking day party.
Fucking
madness. I'm inviting Robbie Williams. No, it's gonna be Robbie Williams.
Dressed in the monkey suit, like permanently. Can I take this off? No.
I'll work forever. I got the fucking gold card. He don't challenge me. That's who it's gonna be. It's gonna be like fucking moron Tory kids and shit. I got the gold card. Fucking.
I'm in debt.
Oh, this shit. I'll put it on my dad's credit card. I'm moving to. Where did we even go? Looks like I'm about to live in Indiana.
Daddy?
What?
Where's New Mexico?
Excuse me, I moved to the US to throw a ditty party. What the fuck, dude?
Oh my god. I will
Oh
vote
my god, I will
vote for Donald Trump.
any of them by. There was on the local news something, and I know, I mean, not to be that guy that's just what we're not supposed to be doing, I guess, is
what?
Laughing at MAGA voters who are suffering from their vote. But there was on local news down here, like Miami news, dude, I thought it was funny, but he was like a big MAGA dude, and like his whole, like he got the whole like family to be very MAGA, and he was a white dude, but his wife is Mexican, and then they have kids, and then like her Mexican brother or something lived with them, and ICE raided them and deported his wife and the brother, and then he was like on the news, like the local news, he was just like. He was modded. No, he was like, I don't even understand what's happening right now. I'm an American citizen. My wife is American. Like this is stupid. Like Donald Trump. Like I just hope he fixes this. Like, dude.
Probably.
Like I say, there's no fixing this, dude. You're a moron.
Maybe don't marry a criminal.
Exactly. Go get $5 million and fucking get her.
Yeah.
Gonna whip up that $5 million, dude.
When they sent you
Easy,
your wife,
easy money.
when
Should
the
be easy
Democrats
money. Aren't
sent
you
you
a capitalist?
your wife,
Don't you fucking love capitalism and you just fucking think it's awesome? Just get $5 million, dude. It's easy, dude.
when the Democrats sent him his wife through the wall, and they said, "Come on in, we got to send you to this guy," he should have realized that they weren't sending their best, right?
They weren't sending their best, Lee.
So he shouldn't have married her.
No, dude. Oh my god.
Now who's gonna clean his toilet?
Boy.
I mean, I would never mean it like that.
Dude, their whole shit's cringe though. Like they had
everything.
They were doing this podcast, like the Osborne's podcast, and Jack Osborne is like a fucking, I don't even know what you call it, like whatever Jamie Kennedy is. Like they had Jamie Kennedy on there and shit happen, and it was like it's horrible. Like I tapped in for a little just out of morbid curiosity, and it's really horrible. It's like that like conspiratorial libertarianism kind of fucking bullshit. It's like really cringe as fuck. Like I'm not a conservative. I'm not like I didn't like vote for Trump, but also who knows? Maybe he'll shake it up because also like aliens exist, and also like Target was selling like devil clothes, like, whatever that weird shit.
Yeah, I know plenty of these people.
What the fuck are you talking about? You said you know plenty of these people.
Yep.
You facetious?
No.
That's unfortunate.
I know plenty of these people. That's all I'll say.
It's you, dude.
No, you know them though.
Do I?
Probably.
Give me a hint.
I can't give you a hint. I'm too scared.
I'm scared the Illuminati's gonna knock on my door, dude. And I'm gonna fucking make me drink the adrenochrome from the baby's skull, dude. And I'm gonna suckle on it, and I'm about to wake up and I'm being a woke lib.
Do you want to start the Illuminati?
What?
Do you want to start the Illuminati?
They exist
Let's start the
already.
Illuminati party.
Let's start the Illuminati Part 2.
Illuminati Folie à deux.
Yeah, dude. Let's do it.
Baba Booey. Nut.
I'm ready.
This time it's a musical.
What is the? Yeah, this time it's a musical. What is? Oh my god, that just reminded me of a Richard Nixon quote that connects to Dark Woke. I think he's talking about.
I'm Dark Woke. That's the whole quote. Be careful, Bung.
This is okay. Direct quote from Richard Nixon. He was talking about. He acknowledged, "Yeah, I've been to Bohemian Grove a few times. You know Bohemian Grove?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the like Illuminati whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's
where they do their
where
shit.
and Richard Nixon, iconic quote: "Bohemian Grove is the faggotiest." That's what he said. Bohemian Grove is the faggotiest thing I ever heard of. I've been a few times. Bohemian Grove is the faggotiest thing I've ever heard of.
Wow. Honestly, I believe him.
I do too, actually. But all this stuff, I always think it's funny that that's how Alex Jones really made a name for himself, was exposing Bohemian Grove. But it, well, a lot of people knew it existed. He just snuck in, and there's old footage of the documentary made in the early '90s when he snuck in and took video of it. It's literally just a fucking cringe fraternity. It's a cringe ass fucking fraternity. Why fraternities are fucking lame as shit, but they just put on fucking dark robes and walk around the woods, and then fucking.
They probably do.
They literally put on plays. They do plays and.
Yeah, rituals.
And just it's fucking stupid.
Reminds me of the Whitest Kids You Know sketch where Trevor's talking about. He's talking to the kids about the stuff, the conspiracy theories. And he brings up the Skull and Bones Society at Harvard. And then he's like,
yeah.
Technically, in the Skull and Bones Society, to become a member, you have to masturbate in front of every other member while you lay on a table and they surround you. And funnily enough, George Bush Jr. and George Bush Sr. are both members, so you can interpret that George Bush Jr. masturbated in front of his dad. And then it's pans to the kids and oh! Whoa.
It's a classic OG Whitest Kids You Know sketch.
Secret societies are funny because they are all just dumb like the Freemasons.
Yeah, they're stupid as shit. Freemasons.
We hang out, drink, and do funny handshakes.
There was that's weird about you can get to the whole history of the Freemasons too, of the period of time where it could have been something kind of cool, and then it's not what it is. It's not what it became. But yeah, man, and Righteous Gemstones coming back on HBO pretty soon. Iconic show. They do a whole bit about this secret society Freemasony kind of fucking thing that the main character is desperate to get into, and once he's there, it's literally just fucking stupid as shit.
I think my great uncle is a Freemason.
Lame.
All right.
All right. Well, hold on a second.
Twitch.tv.
There we go.
Are you out of tune? Heard that for 1 second. It sounded out of tune.
I don't think so. Like very slightly, but I don't think anything crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta sing it this time.
Okay, you can do the outro. It won't sync up for you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Buoy. Bye bye, buoy. Buoy. Bye bye, buoy. Ba ba da ba 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 buoy. Are you trying to like catch up with me on your end? Because it's just fucking me up already.
Anyway, I guess, yeah, if you're watching this on playback, God bless you. I actually think that in terms of an organized, interesting show, we were fucking aces tonight. That being said, we might have lost a few people. I think we lost Dill Pickle pretty early when they realized what the actual show is. As we always say, it's one of those things. The first half, it's a pretty manicured show. Second half is always looser. And at any time, anybody could have called in and asked me a question. I wasn't Dr. Love tonight, but they asked me about your dog's dreams, for instance. So whatever it was, or dreams you're having about your dog that make you a little uncomfortable. Oh, let's figure that out. What's going on there?
Are we ending?
I'm just doing a little recap, edging the recap. But in terms of a solid, 3.5 hours, there's a solid 3 hours of content here. Let me shut this shit a little bit. I don't know. What do you think about it? So Tuesdays are consistent, right? We're doing this every Tuesday.
Sure. Yeah, Tuesday, and then if we don't do Tuesday, Wednesday. Unless we're busy. And we're just fucked, I don't
know. Our millions of fans in the chat are demanding more.
I'm gonna say that if there's not a famous guest that I know in the next 2 episodes, I will kill you guys, okay? I like that part of the show. Don't fucking woke it away from me. It makes me...
We'll get Mike Tyson.
Oh, hell yeah. Did you know they gave him juice to reduce his Alzheimer's? That's what Logan Paul said. He said that, he's like yeah, juice? Like Logan Paul wasn't able to do it was Parkinson's. It's like Logan Paul wasn't able, Logan Paul said Mike Tyson wasn't able to do the fight because he had Parkinson's, but then we fed him some guava juice and he stopped. There's a clip out there. You can look it up.
They're trying to get Logan Paul more in WWE and shit, and I can't stand that shit either. I'm so sick of that motherfucker out. Whatever. Good point, though, Bung. I think we will have a guest. We're not trying to take that away. It just hasn't really worked out over the past couple weeks. You never want to force anyone to do a show that has, averages 18 viewers on stream. It can get a little tough, but so we're kind of working backwards on that. But we'll get it.
I know what we'll do. Next week, a naked girl.
Ooh. No freaking way.
Naked girls are guests next week. And we'll get we'll get around the Twitch TOS. We'll have them stand in front of some frosted glass, but just over their boobs and then their genitals. Everything else is exposed.
Wasn't quite what I was
naked girls with OnlyFans, so I just want naked girls that are pure, okay?
Oh, okay. Never mind. If you enjoyed the show, please leave a follow, or don't leave. Please follow. Please please, that's pretty much my only request, is just follow and then watch us next Tuesday. And then the Tuesday after that. And then keep watching them.
Tell your friends to subscribe. We're trying to get that affiliate. I think we can do it.
Yeah,
I think we should.
If you know streamers, have them rate us. If you know people who go to Twitch, have them follow. That'd be cool.
It's a fun show with a pretty unique format. This is what's got going on.
Yeah.
So,
kick it.
Hey, I do think on streams where we're not Do You Know People, I think a fun game that you can play is Send It to Nerdle. I mean, that's hot right now, and you're apparently a superstar at it. You'd be knowing people. I think it'd be fun.
Okay. We could have done that. I mean, you could have thrown that suggestion in earlier.
2 weeks ago. Anyway.
Her point. But next week we will definitely do the Do Max Know People, because I can't waste the one I already prepped one, and that can't go to waste because it's only going to be relevant for a little bit. You got to move on to the next. You know what I'm saying? So we'll definitely do that next week, and we'll have a guest next week. We'll make that happen for sure. Got a few ideas. We got a few bites. Who knows?
Okay.
So bye. Bye. Happy birthday, George Harrison, too.
Happy birthday, George Harrison.
Anyway.
Bye, Georgie. Bye, Georgie. Alright, we're ending. Goodbye, good night. Goodbye, everybody. If you're still here. Okay, thank you.